Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All of our housekeeping motions from last Monday are still in order, though I would like to ask something else of town meeting. I would like permission to take Article 12 up out of order. Take it up after Article 8. The reason being, these poor folks suffered through the whole Monday night just like we did. There are 2 articles coming up that potentially have long lengths of discussion, and I think it would be humane to give them a chance to not have to stay till 11:30 again. Do I hear such a motion?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor? Thank you. All opposed? Motion carries. Okay. We finished with Article 4. Let's move on. Oh, we have finished with Article 3. Let's move on to Article 4, which is asking to transfer from free cash the sum of $45,000 for the purpose of funding the special town election. It's been moved and seconded by the Ways and Means Committee. Select Board or Town Administrator, someone to speak on it?
Oh, I think on the vote.
Are you looking for the vote or to speak on?
Speaking.
You got it.
And vote. You can do both. I don't mean to push your abilities, but...
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Select Board voted 4-1 in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Denizio, Town Administrator. So when the warrant was being finalized and this project was being put on the warrant to be funded through potential debt exclusion, that meant that we had to have money to hold an election. We originally estimated that cost to be about $30,000, which you saw in your warrant. It turns out it's more like $45,000. So that's why you'll see the change in the amount. The funding source is free cash, because free cash has been certified for September town meeting for the first time in a long time, thanks to the finance team. And that was it. We have to have an election. We have to have funding for the election. So that's why we're here. Thank you.
Ways and Means.
Ways and Means supported this 14-0.
Thank you. Did any other committee take a position? Okay, we'll open this up for debate. Any questions, concerns, comments? Yes, Alex. Mr. Rutfield, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Alex Rutfield, Precinct 5. Can you just explain a little bit more about why it went from 30 to 45? Like, was there something you didn't account for in the initial estimate?
Mr. Denizio, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, Mr. Rutfeld, the original estimate was based on a regular election, what it costs for us to run a regular election. In this election, we have to send a mailer, the yes/no mailer to every resident, and because it's going to be the biggest dollar amount election that we've ever had, they expect to have a higher turnout, and we have to print enough ballots to have that. So the additional cost is sending out that mailer to everybody and additional ballots.
Anything further? Yes, Ms. Angelo. And then we'll get Ms. Saltman.
Pat Angelo, Precinct 5. Does a ballot go out with that mailing?
Mr. Denizio, Ms. Priest, please.
A ballot does not go out with the mailing. The mailing that goes out is part of our special act from 1998 that has the pros and the cons along with the question on it. In that mailer will be a vote by mail flyer in there for people to fill out and return to the clerk's office if they choose to vote by mail. We will also be having early voting, and that information is on that paperwork as well.
Okay, I don't know if you answered that, my next question in this one. If somebody wants an absentee ballot and they haven't asked for it at the beginning of the year, how do they get it for this election?
The information will be in the mailer in regards to that. You can fill out the absentee form, you can fill out the vote by mail form, or if they're able to come in person, there'll be early in-person voting.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Altman, you have a question?
Point of information, how many wonderful people are here?
More than a quorum. We'll get it for you, Myrna. 92. Mr. Kelly.
Jack Kelly, Precinct 7. Who determines the language that's in the mailer that goes out?
Mr. Denizio, or Ms. Priest, or Town Council?
So the special act is very clear about how that's determined. So if there are pros and con groups, then they're allowed to draft it for my review. It falls under the same strictures that the state uses when they send out their explanations. They can't be longer than 250 words each. That's part of the special act. If there aren't pros and cons groups, then the Board of Selectmen have to assign it to me. In this instance, there were pros and cons.
Thank you.
Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Roger Bell, Precinct 6. So the question is, we're going to spend $45,000 for a special election. Why couldn't we have had the part of the election in April so we didn't have to spend the money?
Mr. Denizio.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So when it was voted at this town meeting, because it's not the annual town meeting, we have to have the election within 90 days of the town meeting vote. So it would have to be done by the end of December. The building committee had been working on what they thought a preferred date would be, and had discussions with the select board a few times leading up to town meeting to decide on the November 15th date.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bob Young, Precinct 3. My interest was piqued on the vote by the Select Board, 4-1. I don't know if it's allowed, but if that person's here and would like to expound on why they chose to vote against it, I'd be very interested. Thank you.
Mr. Espaillo, as chair.
Mr. Moderator, it was Mr. Priest. I think I know what his reason was, but I'd rather defer to him for a more accurate answer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Young, despite the conversation that happened last Monday, I felt like the election could have waited until April and that we should have taken measures to either ensure that we had the architect and the OPM, I don't know, held, retainered, if you will, to save the money, but also to spend the next 5 months properly communicating to the community that we are going to be having a $334 million high school project for them to vote on. That was not the majority vote, so that was just my minority vote of 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that Ms. Callahan back there?
Hi, Adrienne Callahan, Precinct 7. What happens if this doesn't pass tonight? What would happen to the school vote?
Mr. Denizio?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So we have to have an election. The Select Board has already called for the election. The clerk is planning the election. The vote on last Monday necessitated that. If this were to fail, we would still have to have the election, so we would have to seek alternate funding, which would likely be a reserve fund transfer from Ways and Means as one possibility, because we wouldn't have enough funding to hold both this election and the April annual election.
Mr. Pearson.
Amadi Pearson, Precinct 3. Would the Chair of Ways and Means please explain to us about the amount of money we'll save by having the election early?
Doug, go ahead. Can you?
Doug Davison, Precinct 2. If we didn't have, I mean, we have to have this election, but if we didn't have this election, we're wasting as much as $45,000 a day. Why? Because we stopped moving forward with the project. And so waiting until April, we have an escalation of 5% annually in the cost, and that delays the project 5 months. And so that would cost us significant money in the overall price of the project.
Mr. Campbell.
Chris Campbell, Precinct 1. So I think it's crucial that this is a standalone vote. We as a town are determining whether we go forward or not with a bond of $333 million. There was a lot of discussion on whether we should have had this with town election or not, but when we skew it with town election, we're also skewing it with candidates. And I think all of us would just like to see if the town wants this or not. Straight up and down vote. I think the price of democracy on this is going to be worth every single dollar because people are going to be coming out straight for this vote. Do they support it or do they not? And I think that that is what we as a town need to hear from our residents from such a strong debate that we had here alone in town meeting. And so by just having that straight up and down vote, that is what people are coming for. That is what we should hear.
Anything further? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Joanne Fristacci, Precinct 3. Through the moderator, maybe to the town clerk, could I ask how the town will be alerted to the fact that there's a special election? Because as much as Mr. Campbell says people will come out, it's like 38 days from now or something. It's kind of tight.
Ms. Priest.
So the Select Board signed the warrant, and it's posted at the high school and the town hall. That'll be happening tomorrow morning with the constable. The mailers will be going out at the beginning of the week of the 13th, 14th, and they'll be going to every household of registered voters. I will be using the rave system, which everybody loves so much, to do a reverse call for an informational on that and the early voting hours as well. And then a second rave phone call in regards to the election the week prior.
You all set, Joanne? Anything further? Seeing none, let's put this to a vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? It's a clear majority. The article passes. Which brings us to Article 5, the will of Marshall Simonds. The article has been moved and seconded by the Ways and Means Committee, and it is as printed in the warrant. Ways and Means will have a vote on this. Mr. Davison?
Thank you. Ways and Means supported this 14-0.
Thank you. Anybody, any other committee vote on this? The Rec Commission vote on this?
Rec Commission voted 5-0-0 on this.
Thank you. I would imagine people would like to hear from you, Brendan, about what we're going to spend the money on, because that always comes up. Do you know?
I'm sorry, excuse me. You said, I couldn't hear you.
You know, given the choice, I'd fall asleep here too, but I can't. You might want to say a word or two about what the money was headed for.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Brendan Egan, Director of Parks and Recreation. This, as the moderator mentioned, this is the second reading of the will of Marshall Simonds. This year, the projects approved by the trustees were to hire a landscape architect to design an accessible path from the front of the Visco building down to the current pickleball courts, program funds for special events, program funds for scholarships at the park, replacing the flagpole that is out in front of the Visco building, also special events in the park, funds for special events, as well as creating some kind of public art in the park and a mural on the bottom of the Visco building, on the foundation around the Visco building.
Thank you, Mr. Egan. Any questions from the body? Comments? Mr. Young?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bob Young, Precinct 3. I'm curious about the actual wording in the will, because those items that were just listed off, some are improvements to Simonds Park, and others are scholarships. Not saying scholarships aren't good, but trying to find out really what the will says, if it allows for certainly probably improvements, was it to allow to veer off into other areas that people may like but may not be in keeping with what the will stipulates.
Mr. Egan.
Mr. Moderator, thank you. The trustees of the will are the ones that dictate where the money goes to. They do not want to be the sole maintenance provider or equipment provider for the park. So these are projects that we bring to them in March. We have a meeting with the trustees. The trustees vote on the projects, but they also suggest projects that they would like to see as well. So we present them with a list of projects and items for the park, and they want to be involved in programming, special events. They want to see people utilizing the park, and they want to support that. So we go off of, we present, as I mentioned, projects in the park and other activities, and they fund the ones that they would like, and also add their own that they would like to see.
Thank you, Mr. Egan.
Yes, thank you for that information, but I have to say respectfully, I don't think you answered my question. I asked you specifically what was in the will and if it allowed for specifically scholarships, not what people want or think, but what did Mr. Simon dictate?
Town council will handle this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Young, the trustees are the fiduciary of the will, not the park. The park is the beneficiary of that, and it would be up to the trustees to determine whether or not the donations are being used within the four corners of the will, and I would imagine that's why they have a final approval on those.
Okay, thank you. May I, Mr. Moderator?
I think you've beat this horse pretty well to death. What do you have, Bob?
No, I just want to say that I look forward to reading the will and to make sure that they are following that. But I appreciate the time, and thank you.
Anything further on accepting money? All right, we'll vote on it. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? We'll say that it was almost unanimous. 3 people voted against it. The article passes. Brings us to Article 6. It's been moved and seconded by the Ways and Means Committee to see if the town will vote to transfer from the negotiated settlement account $72,862 from the negotiated settlement account for the purpose of funding the FY 2026 collective bargaining agreement for the police command officers. Ways and Means, please.
Ways and Means supported this 14-0.
Thank you. Select Board?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Select Board supported this 5-0.
Thank you. Mr. Denizio, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. With your permission, I'd like to present on Article 6 and 7 at the same time.
We can do that.
Thank you very much. I have some slides to talk about in front of you, but before you do, I just wanted to talk a little bit of history so that everybody understands where we're at. The town has 6 units that they bargain with. 5 collective bargaining units. Those are the unions in town, and then 1 is the A&P group that isn't a union, but they do bargain their compensation collectively. So when we set a budget, so all of our contracts were up on June 30th of 2025, the end of last fiscal year. When we set and approved last year's budget, money to cover those contracts was approved within the budget in a line called negotiated settlements. Folks that have been here for many years know what I'm talking about. That's mostly for the new folks. We budgeted that line with enough money to cover contracts of what was expected to come in at 3.5% for all of our unions. That was in line with other unions in town. So when we came to May town meeting, we had settled 2 of those contracts, and the A&P group had settled their compensation schedule. So today we're here with 2 more contracts. They're a little bit different. It isn't as straightforward with just a straight wage adjustment like those other ones. And we can talk a little more about that. It is important to point out that although they're going to be a little bit different looking than the other contracts, they still fit within those limits of that 3.5% that we had appropriated and approved in negotiated settlements. So it doesn't increase the budget at all. It's just a transfer from negotiated settlements into the police salary line. So what you'll see, so why does that look a little different? So there's been some changes in the civil service law that allowed civil service departments to hire trained, certified, experienced police officers from a non-civil service department. We are a non-civil service department. We take great pride in our police department and their training and all they do. Well, that law change allowed folks to take our police officers and hire them into a civil service department. That couldn't happen until then. And in the first time in a long time, we were losing officers. Over last year, we lost 4 experienced officers to another department to go make more money. So what did we do? We took some time. We worked with the union to see where the issues were and to look at the data and see how we compared to what we use as our comparison list of communities like we do with the other unions. And what that data showed was as you gain on in the years and at the higher steps, so say from 10 to 15 years on, we compared very well. We were towards the top, not at the top, but towards the top. Conversely, at the bottom steps, when you're a relatively new employee, a new officer here, we were very low. We were at or near the bottom. So we worked with the union and said, how can we change the wage adjustment, go from just a flat wage adjustment to target some of those dollars to areas where we can be more competitive, not lose ground in the areas where we already are, but be more competitive in some of those areas and not have a worry about a recruiting and retention problem. And that isn't, and a credit to the union, that isn't easy for them, for folks that have been working here for 20, 25 years to know that most people in town are getting a higher raise than they are, but they know it's for the greater good and worked hard to do it. So I do have some slides to share with you. So the first one, so I'll go back to Article 6 is our superior officers. There's 16 folks in this group. You can see that the transfer requests, again, transfer from negotiated settlements, not new money. The money was already approved. This is just to cover, you can see the number there, $72,862. This is to cover this current year's increase for the contract. So that money would be transferred from negotiated settlements into the police salary line. So you had a couple of memos from us, one in your packet and one that got emailed to everybody that kind of outlined what the changes are in the contract. It wasn't 3.5 like the other contract. This one, for this union, is in year one, it's a 2.75 increase. Year two is a 3% increase, and year three is a 3.25% increase. And what we did is take some of that money away that we're not spending in the wage adjustment and targeted it to the amount between steps. So in the command officers, these folks have been here 10, 15 years. They're getting promoted to sergeant, lieutenant, captain. So we targeted the spread between the steps, so the increase from one step to the next. Now, unlike the rest of our unions, our public safety contracts, you don't get a step every year. You get a step every 5 years. After 10 years, you step at 15, 20, 25 years, and so forth. So to make that more equal with the rest of our unions, we increased the spread between steps a little bit each year till we got to the point where we're at 4% in between the steps like we are with the other unions. So now, by the time this contract ends, there will be, those wage adjustments I just talked about, and the steps will be the spread between each step will be 4%. In Article 7, if it's okay, Mr. Moderator, I'm just going to talk real quick about Article 7. Jen, if you could put that on the screen. So I'll just tell you what it's going to say. It's going to say that the transfer from negotiated settlements will be $186,498. That will, again, from negotiated settlements into the police line. This is for our patrol officers. There's 50 in the budget. There's 50 patrol officers. Like I said, this was where we really had to work hard with, given the changes in the civil service law and given some settlements in arbitrations in communities around us. We had to make some changes in the educational incentive line, how that was accounted for. And again, this is, let me get you this is the wage adjustments for this one is 2% in year one, 2.25 in year one, and 2.5 in year one. Now, when you hear those compared to the other one, you may think, why did they get so much less? It was just that we took some of that money that would have been saved from a lower wage adjustment and used it in a different spot. So in the end, it still was the same 3.5% cost for both units. And for the last time, I'll point out that it's not an increase to the budget, it's just a transfer from negotiated settlements into the police line. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. Ready for questions. I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Denizio. Questions from the body on either one of these articles? Seeing nothing. We'll bring this to a vote first on Article 6. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. Article 7. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. Brings us to Article 8.
Mr. Moderator, Article 8 is being withdrawn.
Article 8 is withdrawn.
Is still our last contract that is outstanding. We expect to be back in January town meeting for an approval.
Okay, so no Article 8. Per your approval, that brings us to Article 12, the rezoning on Middlesex Turnpike. And I'll first go to the planning board. Is there a vote from the board?
When you're ready, I'll
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Barbara LaRue, Vice Chair of the Planning Board. The Planning Board voted 4 in favor, 2 against, and 1 was absent.
Thank you. Land use. Mr. Wadilla.
Hi, Dave Wadilla from Land Use Committee. First, we are looking for 2 volunteers for our committee. Please join if you'd like. Second, Article 12, we voted 4 in favor, 3 opposed. On the favorable side, the plan is well understood. The location is conducive to this higher density project, close to amenities, and it nicely fits a need for residential units in town. On the unfavorable opposed side, this will be city density housing and another step towards the cityification of Burlington. And there's concerns around the environmental impact and risks of added people and parking very close to the Vine Brook wetlands. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wadilla. And you're down to only 1 short. I got 1 for you. Okay, let's go to the proponents.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Todd Fremont-Smith. I think I know many of you, but maybe not all. Can you hear me okay? Am I too loud? Okay, great. Thank you. Again, Todd Fremont-Smith with Nordblom Company. I've got a few slides here, but I tend to move rather quickly. I've broken them down into chapters, like any good story. The first chapter being Bob Buckley. No, not Bob Buckley. Bob is over here as well if there are any legal questions. First chapter is just Nordblom Company. There are some new faces here. I don't mean to repeat myself. Nordblom's been in Burlington for over 60 years. The company itself is over 100 years old. I've been there shockingly over 30 years. We've got about 6 million square feet. Our headquarters really is Burlington, so Burlington is our home. And it's a family office, it's a family company, and very nice people, I might add. Northwest Park, for those who are not aerial specialists, is shown in the left-hand side of the slide. Runs basically from Mall Road, from Border Cafe, all the way up to Route 62, including Blue Sky Center, which is the former Sun Micro, former Oracle headquarters that we also control. But Northwest Park is about 150 acres going from Border Cafe up to beyond Lifetime Living, Lifetime Fitness. So the park started in the 50s and was built out through the 60s and 70s. When I got there, I felt it was a rather boring place to work, and after a few years, started working with Bob on the rezoning of 3rd Avenue, which is a 300,000 square foot Wegmans anchored retail shopping street. We continue to work on that. It really has become a place, a real district, a neighborhood. We continue to program it, try to bring it alive, make sure the restaurants are new and fresh. Wegmans is doing really well. Archer Hotel is doing really well. Lifetime Fitness is number 2 in the country. I think the Wegmans in Burlington has a higher check average than Chestnut Hill, just to give you a sense of how healthy the environment is down here. We're thrilled to have Wegmans. It's been a huge amenity, the office park. We originally started talking to Target about this site, and I luckily bumped into the people from Wegmans. It's much, much better, as we all know. We do have MBTA buses that run through the park to Alewife, and it has become very walkable. When I first started at Nordblom, people might be outside having a cigarette, but now you'll see baby carriages out there, people playing pickleball. We've been building public spaces. This is a $1 million park we built down on 4th Avenue. Member Gaffney of the Planning Board strongly suggested we consider pickleball. The pickleball appeared last year. It's actually a very friendly, very popular amenity. We've been working with the New England Sculpture Association at the suggestion of Planning Board member LaRue to build out a public art walk. We've purchased 3 or 4 pieces. We just purchased another piece. Every year we do a call for offers with NISA, and we pick a sculpture and we install it. And at 3rd Avenue, the sculptures have all been sort of animals. As we get deeper into the park, we're going to get more geometrical in shape. We do remain a mixed-use park, but very much a commercial site. If you think about the 150 acres, parcel by parcel, the vast majority remain in commercial use. So we are commercial developers. We love our tenants. Our tenants are extremely interesting and exciting. We've got, as many of you know, evolving verticals of 3D printing, medical device, and high-tech companies. Many of the single-story buildings at Northwest Park continue to really do well in the market because they're single-story, because they have loading docks, because people are making things and doing things, and maybe the front quarter of the building is office, and then the back two-thirds of the building or three-quarters of the building is makerspace. One of our larger commercial developments in the past few years was a 270,000 square foot lab building that we built at Blue Sky. Many of you were at the opening when we brought the Broad Institute. Their genomics platform came out of Cambridge, came to Burlington. It was very exciting for many of us. The fact that we built a giant lab building like this still amazes me, but we did. That's what it looks like from the air. So again, whenever possible, we are commercial developers. That's really our DNA. And we do amenitization in order to make those commercial spaces more valuable. The whole point of redeveloping Northwest Park over the past 20 years has been to grow the tax base. So these are just some examples of when we do tear down an older building, and we tore down, I think, 5 buildings to build Wegmans. As you go through the different categories, taxes are rising over time as we build higher and better uses. Not surprising. So today you see a very interesting group of companies that are doing things and making things. And it's actually it's a really interesting environment where companies are coming out from Cambridge, coming out of Somerville, coming to Burlington, coming to the Route 3 corridor. We're big believers in Middlesex 3. And there's just a great ecosystem here of food, housing, work, live, play, all together. So chapter 2 of my story is, I'll go quickly, MBTA communities came along a few years ago. MBTA communities legislation was a state action that required that not less than 50 acres of land in every community served by the MBTA be designated multifamily by right. This is the state trying to encourage municipalities to allow housing, which has always been tough to get approved. So Burlington, as you know, designated 5 districts, indicated here in red. The first district was put on a multifamily complex, Beacon Village. The second district was put on another multifamily complex at the Heritage, or Stone Ridge. I can't read my own slides from this angle. Likewise, 4th Avenue, this District 3 was put on Lifetime Living. If you see a pattern here. Area 4 was put on the Huntington and the Tremont, which are 2 existing apartment buildings at Northwest Park. We got the message. You guys are happy that those are the way they are. But the 5th district was put on commercial buildings directly across the street from the Bancroft and across from Archer. So we took particular note of this. Buildings 2 and 3 here belong to Norblom. We have attempted to purchase other buildings, but they're really just not for sale. So 2 and 3 are the subject of my presentation tonight. And this just shows in the town's VHB, I think it was VHB, the consultant for MBTA communities, this district, District 5, was envisioned to be housing. So we'll just show that. So chapter 3 is why am I here tonight? What we'd like to do is demolish those 2 buildings. Those 2 buildings are split level 1970s office buildings, but they're not the kind of office buildings that are in vogue right now. What is desirable right now are either single-story flex buildings or Class A office buildings, like Blue Sky Center or other Class A office buildings. So we'd like to tear down these 1970s buildings, which are not any of those 2 things, and we'd like to build a 188 unit multifamily community, of which 15% would be affordable. So if you go up Google Street View, the buildings as you approach 3rd Avenue heading north on Middlesex Turnpike, you see that they're just sort of older, I would say obsolete, functionally obsolete office buildings. They're not the kind of flight to quality office asset that tenants who are coming back into the office today are looking for, sadly. They have poor window line. They have kind of a split entry as you walk in. Loading is very poor. It's just not the kind of Class A return to work space that people are looking for today. So what we'd like to do is tear them down. And if you look out of 3rd Avenue, you see Bancroft on the right, Archer is on your left, and you're looking across at that single-story, 1.5-story building. And we'd like to tear that down and build a modern multifamily building. These drawings were done by Stantec Architects out of Boston. Stantec is our designer on this project. These renderings are accurate. We've done the work, we've done the layouts, we've done the unit layouts, we know where the windows are going. So as I say to Bob, this, for those of us old enough to remember WYSIWYG, what you see is what you get. These are exactly the buildings that we're asking you to approve. This is another view looking north on Middlesex Turnpike. You can see Bancroft across the street on the left side. And this redevelopment, working with the planning board and others, it's opened up an opportunity to create a pedestrian connection across Middlesex Turnpike where there is an existing crosswalk and pedestrian cycle, down to Great Meadow Road and then on to some of the amenities which are coming down below near the mall and at Vinebrook. Here's that existing crosswalk that was pre-installed as part of our 3rd Avenue redevelopment. You see Archer Hotel, and that goes right across to the site. If you follow from the bottom left on the slide, the dotted red line, the idea is you'd come across the front of this site and then down through a wooded section, a linear park being designed by Copley Wolf Landscape Architects, down to Great Meadow Road, and then on to some of the amenities down at Vinebrook Plaza and at the mall. This is a view of the Great Meadow Road side of the building. And the amenities down there are really emerging, legitimate amenities like Tate Cafe and Life Alive and Cava. These two in particular are a real draw, and they're already popular. I've been down to both of them. They're getting crowded. As part of this submission, we did a full fiscal impact study with Mark Forgere, who's a econometric municipal professor of sorts of financial impacts on the tax base of real estate development. Mark met with the various boards in town, actually various staff in town, police department, school department, fire department, and deducted from his gross projection additional services that might be required theoretically of this building. So he deducted those. He came down to about a net positive impact of $400,000 per year on top, above the current taxes, which are about $157,000. So just to summarize that, existing taxes on the two buildings are $157,000. We're projecting about 400 net new taxes after those deductions. So there's an increase in real estate taxes of $243 a year. He's projecting $76,000 a year in excise taxes to get to a net increase over today of about $300,000 a year. So it is fiscally positive year after year after year. It should add up. But this does not include additional meals and rooms taxes, in particular meals taxes that we think these people will go across the street and patronize Redstone and Bancroft and Wegmans. So Chapter 4, why am I here? What are we asking? We'd like to create in purple a sub-district of that parcel 5 that you voted on under MBTA, which would include only our two buildings, so you're only voting on our two sites. Anyone else that wants to do anything in the future has to come before you and ask permission. The idea is we're here to ask for a little bit more height than is allowed under the MBTA zoning. Interestingly, under IG, the height is 80 feet. But under MBTA, it's 35 to 45 feet. So we're asking for 70 feet of height, which is a zoning height. I'll show you in a minute. It's really not that tall on Middlesex Turnpike. And we're asking for 57 units an acre, which is an increase in density over the base MBTA zoning. The reason I think that makes sense to us is we think the original zoning was a little bit light in terms of the 30 units an acre or so. We think that's a little bit light. We also think that this site, because it drops off 26 feet from front to back, it allows us to put 2 stories of underground parking under the building, which we've really never done before in Burlington. It gets us up to a 43% open space ratio on the site, including that linear park. So it'll be a brand new site, brand new stormwater, at a 42% open space ratio with the vast majority of the parking under the building. So really the goal here is to expand 3rd Avenue across Middlesex Turnpike. If we view this as a horizontal expansion of mixed use, taking advantage of that grade change under the building to put the parking under the building, and that results in the massing. That's where the massing comes from. It also comes from our study with Stantec Architecture of what's across the street. So if we're trying to create a village here, a district, as you pull up in your car at the traffic light, you notice Bancroft is at 41 feet, Archer is at 67 feet, and then across the street, we are at 44 feet to where the building steps back. The blue line is 44 feet, which is very close to Bancroft. and then we're at 58 feet, which is the green line. So we feel, and our architects feel, and that this is proportional. You're going to come to this spot, you're going to get to 3rd Avenue, and you're going to feel that you're at 3rd Avenue on both sides of the road. So we think it's very exciting from that standpoint. Here's another view just showing the massing of Bancroft at 41 feet, and then the proposed building at 44 feet to the setback. The building will fall away beyond that. So here are the two buildings. Here at the right-hand side of the screen, you can see that they're very much connected to 3rd Avenue, which is right across the street. Just in closing, Mr. Moderator, I thought it was interesting to go back and just look at what 3rd Ave. One of the board members said, I remember what 3rd Avenue used to look like, and this is what it used to look like in 2007. It was a pretty boring place to work. In 2011, we had a bad recession. The state came forward with $2 million. Then Nordblom's kicked in $1 million. We started building roads with Greg Bielecki under Governor Patrick. Then we started building buildings, tearing down buildings. Very hard to tear down cash flow buildings, to put up expensive new ones, I can tell you, politically. And we eventually got Archer. You can see Wegmans in the background. So it's been growing over time, and today it has become a legitimate place. And that place is the center of Northwest Park. It's what makes the whole office park desirable. Our rents at Northwest Park are higher than they've ever been. We're 100% sold out in both the commercial and in the office buildings at Northwest Park. So, again, there's the view looking north. So, some sustainability. This will be, the building codes have changed. They keep changing every year, getting tougher and tougher and tougher. So the new building codes are almost passive house, which is a European standard for energy reduction. So we're committing to building a passive house building. It's been designed that way. It will be designed that way. And then we've cataloged all the trees on the site. All of our multifamily buildings are eventually solar. We've got solar now in 2 of the buildings. We're designing it for the 3rd building, and this building will be solar ready. And then again, more than 80% of the cars are under the building. Affordability, we've negotiated this with the select board, 15%. This is the highest we've ever done at Northwest Park. The MBTA community zoning calls for 10%, but the board felt very strongly that we should try harder, so 15% affordable, or 28 units. Each of those units, by the way, costs about $400,000 to build. So in terms of public policy and creating public housing, not public housing, creating affordable housing, this generates real housing for people. So in closing, we're proposing to redevelop an obsolete office. I won't read this entire thing. Connect pedestrians across Middlesex Turnpike down to the mall. There are some financial benefits. And it's really a chance to expand 3rd Avenue and to help Northwest Park keep growing. We have been through a robust public process. You don't need to read this whole thing, but it's been a while. We originally filed for May town meeting. We withdrew and refiled for September, but we've been out, we've talked to all the boards, anyone who wants to talk to us. I'll let each board report, but this is my understanding of the summary of the different board votes. We've had some pretty good support. And that's it, Mr. Moderator. Thank you.
Thank you. I neglected to ask for the vote from the ZBRC. Betsy, thank you.
Betsy Hughes, Chair of ZBRC, Zoning Bylaw Review Committee. We voted 6-0-0 in favor.
Thank you. Well, I guess it's time to open it up for questions from the body. Are you speaking for the Select Board? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As you saw, there was a select board vote on this, and I think it was more in support of what's called the development agreement and not necessarily on the specific zoning, because we don't usually vote on zoning. But I did want to talk briefly about why we supported this unanimously as a select board and how we work to ensure a fair and balanced agreement between the town and the proponent. If town meeting chooses to support this, there's already agreement in place. So, as was spoken about, the property in question is currently home to underperforming office buildings from the 70s, which represents a real opportunity to make smarter use of land in this changing economy. The reality is the office market has shifted fundamentally, and many buildings like these are no longer fully utilized due to remote work and hybrid work. So rather than let these sites sit underutilized, we need to start thinking creatively about how to repurpose them. And this particular site and location makes a lot of sense for housing. It's close to jobs, retail, restaurants, transportation. It's also important to acknowledge that the zoning relief being requested is significant. The proposal would triple the allowed density that is currently there. It would nearly double the building height requirements. So that kind of upzoning brings substantial economic benefit to the developer. And in turn, we believed it was fair that the town receive a proportional return in exchange. So because this parcel falls within the MBTA overlay, the multifamily housing is by right. There is no special permit. It's only site plan review through the planning board, which offers less leverage for the town to negotiate and shape the project to what we want to see. That's why we chose to act proactively and negotiate what's called a development agreement between the town and the proponent in advance of town meeting. This way, if town meeting sees the merit in the proposal, there's already a binding agreement in place that provides clear community benefits and parameters around the project. And some might feel this is a little bit putting the cart before the horse. I believe it's a smart forward-thinking plan. This isn't the typical way that we work as a town, and I don't expect to see this become our standard approach for every project, but in unique cases like this, in special circumstances where our tools are limited for whatever reason, in this case because of state law, a development agreement is a responsible and effective option. So over the past several months, we worked closely across town bodies, representatives from Select Board, Planning Board, Economic Development, Town Administration, Town Council, worked together to help shape this agreement along with the proponent. And so while the Select Board is the ultimate signer of this development agreement, this was a very collaborative process from start to finish. Not every step of the process was smooth, but that's kind of to be expected. And that kind of rigorous back and forth is how we make sure the community interests are protected. In the end, we reached an agreement that reflects what I believe are our shared values around connectivity, walkability, and responsible growth. So, and I just want to thank everybody who was involved in that process, and most especially the proponent who came forward and met with us in good faith. One of the most impactful community benefits that we secured in this agreement was funding for the design of a shared use path along Great Meadow Road. If anybody's ever tried to walk that road, it's the one right behind the site. It's not a very pleasant experience. There's areas where there's not any sidewalk and the cars are right next to you. So this path would essentially connect 3rd Ave to the Staples Plaza and then ultimately to Mall Road. So it would connect those areas together and allow people to travel safely along that area without the use of a car. So it supports walkability, improves connectivity, and really strengthens all those businesses around there. A little bit more background. The town has applied for a state grant to cover construction costs of that shared use path, but the cost of the design was not included in that. It's just the way that the grant is, you had to apply for either construction costs or design costs. Because construction costs are so much more, we applied for those. So we asked the developer to fund the design costs, which we estimate to be about $250,000, plus an additional $100,000 towards related improvements around connectivity in that area. That is a real investment in public infrastructure that benefits the entire community. So ultimately they agree to that, thankfully. So that is in the agreement, that is binding. If town meeting sees the merits in this proposal, that will go forward. Due to the timing of the grant, we don't know if we got it yet. So there is language in the agreement that ensures that if we don't get the grant, This time around, we would remain partners with the developer to reapply, and the town would essentially receive the same fair return in that case. The agreement also includes, like Todd said, 15% affordable housing, sustainable building design, and a full transportation and infrastructure analysis. And I want to briefly address one concern that I've heard quite a bit from many residents around our water supply, which I completely understand. It's a very valid concern. I just want to say some notes on that. It should be noted that multifamily housing, especially when built with efficient fixtures and minimal landscaping, as this project will be, uses much less water than single-family homes. And I'm sure our DPW Director, Brian White, can expand more on this, but it's important to mention that Burlington is not yet fully connected to our MWRA water system. That connection is expected to be fully open next year. Once it is, that will greatly expand our overall water capacity, and based on comparisons with similar developments in town and our current water usage at this site, the projected increase is within what we can manage as a town. So yes, we need to remain vigilant about protecting our resources, but that means planning growth intelligently and not avoiding it altogether. A project like this can and should be built in ways that are resource responsible and aligned with long-term infrastructure planning. To close, if we hadn't secured a strong agreement with the real public benefits within it, I wouldn't be standing here in support, but we did, and I believe that this proposal reflects the kind of thoughtful, responsible growth Burlington needs in an area that can support it, with a developer who's been a trusted partner with the town over the last many years. It's a smart reuse of a struggling site. It strikes the right balance between private investment and public benefit, and it supports our broader goals, which are things like growing responsibly, strengthening our commercial base, improving walkability, and easing the tax burden on residents through smart development. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Crawley. Okay, questions or comments from the body? Ms. Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Chris Warren, Precinct 4. Hold on one second. Yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry. Through the moderator, I'd like to find out more about the planning board. There was a vote 4-2, and I wanted to find out more about the dissenting votes.
Wouldn't you like to know about the positive votes too?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. LaRue.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The planning board did vote 4 in favor, 2 against, with 1 absence. I was one of the no votes, so I am happy to answer your question. The members who voted no did so because they believe that the density is too intense in an area that already has traffic problems. Those members stated that through the planning board process, the master plan process and the housing need assessment, it was determined that Burlington needs to diversify its housing stock beyond single-family homes and large-scale apartment complexes and focus instead on other housing types such as middle housing, which is what the MBTA communities bylaw provided for. Lastly, those members are concerned about other properties in town that are already zoned for high-density housing, including the newly approved nearby mix zone. If some of those properties are developed in the future, there would be impacts on our water resources, infrastructure, and schools. So that represents the no votes. Do you want to hear the yes vote statement?
Yeah, the moderator would like to hear the positive votes, please.
Okay, thank you. The members who voted yes did so because they recognize the need for more housing in Burlington and throughout the state. They noted that there are not many areas in town that can feasibly be developed as high-density apartment buildings, and this area was approved by town meeting for the MBTA Communities Act. They believe that the development as described will be of high quality, is appropriate for the location, and will be complementary to the surrounding businesses when viewed as a holistic neighborhood. They are comfortable with the mitigations and have trust in Nordblom, which has been a great partner to the town. And then I would like to add, all the board members expressed appreciation and respect for Nordblom and the strong cooperative relationship that the town has enjoyed with Nordblom over the decades. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaRue. And I'd like to remind town meeting that committees speak through a chair, and if the vote is positive, then the outcome is positive. We have this habit, a long-standing habit of going, okay, it was 14-1. What did the one person have to say without asking about the 14? So just reminding folks that if a committee votes in favor, regardless of the split, it is in favor of the project that's come before you. Ms. Warren, did you have a follow-up?
Through the moderator, Chris Warren, Precinct 4. I live in this area of town, and I feel like we've got really quite a bit. And Nordblom already has two of the Tremont and the Huntington. The condos are going up by the Ellen, I can't think of, Stone House, which look beautiful. And then the Lifetime, when that came through, I kind of said at I think a land use meeting, I only had an appetite for that because there was going to be some senior housing allowed for Burlington residents. But that's really it for me. So I'm sorry, I'm going to be voting against this.
Other comments from the body? Mr. Glantz.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Nolan Glantz, Precinct 1. I've got a couple of questions. First, are these going to be rental apartments, condominiums for sale? What's the type of unit? I don't remember reading that.
Mr. Fremont Smith.
Through the moderator, these are rental units.
Thank you. Second question, or part question, part comment. What you mentioned about the economic benefits for the town as part of the development agreement. I remember when the MBTA article was first passed at a recent town meeting, and I remember distinctly realizing that adding multifamily capability to properties that didn't currently have it would massively increase the potential value and return that the owner could get from that property. And I didn't research at the time who owned what. I'm generally pleased that Nordblom's part of it because I think they've been a great partner in town. But if I heard right, the economic benefit to the town in the agreement was $350,000, which sounds nice, but I believe that's a drop in the well compared to the amount of economic benefit that Nordblom's going to get from this project, and I think it should be a lot more. I think another part of the compromise that would be valuable to me, if you can go back to the slide, if you can, with showing the 44 feet and the 58 feet, the height of the buildings. Thank you. So I realize Archer is higher than I would like, but it is what it is. I have a grave concern that we are becoming Waltham, and I don't want Burlington to become Waltham. There's no requirement for us to become Waltham. We don't need the density. We don't need the density for the tax rolls. I think I like a lot of what is going on here in terms of creating balance, creating places, and all of that. But I don't think it needs to be 58 feet high. Maybe can we cut down from 100? Did I just get cut off? Okay. Can we cut down the number of units? I'm getting cut off. I'm not sure why. Can we cut down the number of units, and can we cut down the height? Can that be discussed? Because as it is, I think it's too much.
Mr. Fremont Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and through the moderator. This is the massing that we've designed, and again, working very closely with the various boards and with our architects. We feel that this is appropriate as purveyors of 3rd Avenue, and the building works the massing is derivative of the 2 stories of underground parking. That's what creates the opportunity, the vertical opportunity. I personally think it's going to be in keeping with what's across the street. I don't think it'd be appropriate today we filed for sort of a what you see is what you get project, and we're committed to building exactly what you're looking at. I can't stand here tonight and, take a floor off or something. I'm not sure that would work financially. These buildings are very tightly wound, and the returns are much lower than you would think they are. I would also add that we are at 15% affordable here. MBTA Communities legislation dictates 10%. So we've already, that extra 5% of affordability is also a public benefit.
Ms. Byer, please. Then we'll come to Mr. Eiler.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Kathy Byer, Precinct 2. I've had a chance to look at this being on ZBRC, and I would like, Mr. Fremont Smith, for you to speak to the connection between those businesses that are currently in your office park and their workers, and whether or not this type of housing is actually going to help make that more attractive. So it's not just the tax returns. My idea is that it's not just the tax returns on the apartments, but it's also the whole package for what it does to keep that district thriving. So if you would speak to that, please. Thank you.
Mr. Fremont Smith.
The moderator, we think that's exactly right. We think that everything we do at 3rd Avenue and at Northwest Park is greater than the sum of the parts. In other words, when we add a supermarket or a restaurant or housing or pickleball or fitness, it elevates the entire work experience. This is evidenced, I think, by the highest ever rents at Northwest Park, our 100% occupancy at the park. All very interesting companies. You see them if you've come there during the day. People are out getting lunch. They're sitting out having coffee. They're sitting in the parks. Many of the people who live in our buildings work within Burlington or the Middlesex 3-quarter. So it very much is technology housing. It's Leahy Clinic. It's all the things you think it would be. Young people moving to the community who can't yet afford to buy a house. Very often some older people who move into these units. So we do believe that that this kind of thing, this kind of residential helps the Bancroft, it helps Redstone, it helps Wegmans. Wegmans told us specifically when Lifetime Living opened up, they felt a bump just from that one building, which I thought was interesting. But I agree with you, and it does seem to me that this is an ecosystem, it's a neighborhood, and all these things work together.
Mr. Eiler, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Eiler, Precinct 6. So I came into this, as I have with many other developments, where I'm not a big fan of high density, and I really don't want us to look like a city. So I really appreciate Mr. Wadilla's comments from land use on that point. But the thing that caused me to look at this is that Nordblum is the same group that took Northwest Park from something that really looked like it was out of a 50s movie and turned it into a really nice place. If you've ever been to 3rd Ave, which I know many of you have, it's a great place to walk through. It looks great. We've seen a lot of presentations about how we'd like to look like a community that integrates business and residential. This is one of the few places that's actually successfully accomplished that. They've got people living and working in the exact same area. It's all workable, it's all walkable, and it's all integrated together. It's a significant development where they've actually realized a vision that they showed to us many years ago at town meeting, and they delivered on it. So that gained a lot of credibility for me. And I think this expands upon that, where it's just putting something directly across the street that will integrate with that larger vision of let's create a walkable area where there's both businesses and housing. It's exactly what the high-tech companies have been asking for, where They'd like to have a place for their employees to live where they can be right in Burlington, walk to the businesses. This accomplishes that directly. So for me, that's what got me over the hump of, okay, it's a little higher density than I would prefer normally, because it brings these all these other benefits. And I hate to use the word synergy because it's overused, but this really, fits in that category. So for those reasons, I would support this.
Thank you, Mr. Eiler. Ms. Walensky.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Sarah Walensky, Precinct 5. I am extremely excited about this project. I walked the site over the weekend, and there's a couple really interesting features of the site which I think make some of the issues raised here less of a big deal. The site falls away from Middlesex Turnpike down to Great Meadow Road by quite a grade. In fact, I almost fell on my butt trying to skid down it. It's really steep. So what looks like 2 stories, it's going to look more like 2 stories as you're driving along Middlesex Turnpike, and then the tall part will be down on Great Meadow Road where that's going to be a lot less noticeable. So I think it's going to have it's going to look symmetric as you're driving along Middlesex Turnpike. I think it's going to be a nice, maybe optical illusion, if you will, that a taller building actually doesn't look as tall as it might otherwise. So I think it's a great use of space. I'm excited about the underground parking. We have so much bare baking asphalt in Burlington. This is moving away from that, which I think is a really nice change. Very excited about the linear park. I also walked along Great Meadow Road, as Selectman Cawley referred to. It is really dangerous to walk along there as a pedestrian. There's absolutely nothing protecting you from the cars. This would change that. That would be really great. And I will just point out that in this packet of materials I received on dated September 3rd, there are letters in support of this from these big industries, Broad Institute, Lemaitre, Lodge Works, Wegmans. What makes them happy, this houses their employees, ought to make us happy as all the people who enjoy the benefits, in particular lower taxes. So I intend to vote in favor.
Thank you. Mr. Lieber?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Blaise Lieber, Precinct 6. It's kind of, it's kind of interesting to me to hear some of the, discussions about what the character kind of the town of Burlington is, because I haven't lived here that long, only about 7 years, and for 3 or so, maybe 4 of those years, I lived in the Avalon apartments. So I never, growing up, I grew up on the South Shore. I never saw Burlington as some folksy town that's out of the way, quiet, sleepy place. I saw it as a place with a huge mall, and a place with a huge hospital, and a place with all this big, stuff going on there, even, right off the highway, even 20 years ago. And I didn't really kind of realize the other side, this other side of Burlington, until I bought my house up near Pine Glen. It's really quiet. There's woods. It's a great place for little kids, to grow up and stuff like that. And I think that's this kind of unique advantage of Burlington, because it didn't quite develop like the other towns like Woburn and other ones kind of around it that had train stations for many, many, many years that basically made these things a lot more of cities than Burlington is. You actually have kind of 2 towns within the town. One definitely has much more of an urban character, and fortunately this thing is all conglomerated around the highway, and the rest of the town, where most people, the residential part of town, where most people live in, that want the quiet, the houses, things like that, that's kind of away from that. So I think this kind of fits in really good actually with the character, where yes, you have this really bustling kind of busy part of this town that's really accessible. You got, I think, 300,000 people coming and leaving from Burlington every day, or something, something like that. A lot of traffic in and out. So I think it just makes sense to me, and I think it looks, it'll look a lot better than, what's currently there, and it will make it look more like a bustling kind of place that people want to work and be in and whatnot. And the last point I'll make is another thing that I've even noticed in the few years that I've lived here is there is a big change change in Burlington. I mentioned this before. It's that pretty much any single time I see a Cape that was built before 1970 go up for sale, this is a house that would normally be considered as a starter home. People, coming out of college, just getting married, even older people who want to downsize into a smaller house. This is where they would be living. Every time one of these things is up for sale, it's demolished immediately, and a massive, massive $1.5 million, $2 million house is put in its place. And so whether you like it or not, the character of the town is changing. It's becoming more akin probably to something like, more in the Lexington direction, where if you want to own a single family house, you got to be able to put up $1.5 million. So if people are going to live somewhere, and as a starter place, they're going to have to live in, even if you have a great salary, you're going to have to live in somewhere that's like apartments or condos or something like that. So that's just all I have to say. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Ms. Simon?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Martha Simon, Precinct 3. I just want to comment also about the character of the town. I hear a lot over the years of how we want to preserve our residential neighborhoods. And I also have been interested in the middle housing that's starting to come up. But I think that this is an area of town that's not in the middle of our residential neighborhoods. It keeps this kind of large building is over with other buildings and with workplaces. And this is, when town meeting approved the 5 areas for the MBTA to meet the requirements of MBTA, this was the only area that didn't already have multifamily housing in it. And yes, this is more housing than was limited by that particular vote. But as was described tonight, this is a vote just for those 2 properties for this particular area. And I don't see any reason why we wouldn't allow it. I don't think it's too big. And I also really love having the walkability, having the park, having the connections. I'm one of those people who walks sometimes from my home in a very quiet residential neighborhood over toward Francis Wyman, and I walk down through the Kohl's parking lot and on that street with no sidewalks, and I go to Staples, and I'm hoping to walk to Tate soon. I haven't gotten there yet. Wait till my knee's a little better. But I think this is a great kind of a project to have that works with the other developments, and it's a way to increase our revenues, which people are very concerned about, understandably, and provide housing for people who need housing, because there's a lot of people. I have a home, not everybody does, so thank you.
Ms. Manning, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Rose Manny, Precinct 6. We just passed, last town meeting, I think, was either 700 or 700 plus 250 apartments. Can someone confirm that? Does anybody remember that? Yes. So we haven't even done that yet. I wonder, Mr. Fremont Smith, if you people ever think about building condos instead of apartments, because apartments are so transient and it does change the town, I think. I never hear of condos being built.
Mr. Fremont Smith, please.
Mr. Moderator, you may hear of condos at some point. We're more long-term investors, and as long-term investors, condominiums tend to have different tax treatments.
Yeah.
They tend to spawn homeowners associations that tend to want to shut down bankrupt at 9:30 at night because it's too noisy.
Mm-hmm.
So just in this mixed-use environment where we have things going on at night, we've got restaurants, cooking, and we've got live music. We just think that for the time being, we have talked about condos, but this particular proposal is for multifamily apartments.
I have one more question, Mr. Moderator.
Go ahead.
Can you speak to what the apartments are going to be like and what the rents are going to range from and to?
So market rents are set by the market, Mr. Moderator, sorry. Typically, the affordable units are about $1,000 less than the market. So if a unit's $3,000 market, it tends to come in around $2,000 affordable. But again, the market rents right now are actually softening a bit. Sometimes they go up, sometimes they go down. I can't speak specifically to what this building, by the way, if this body is so kind and gives us an approval, takes about a year to go through site plan. We have to then design the building with, spend a couple $1 million on actual drawings. So it would take 24 months to build. So even if I went fast, it'd be 3 years before this building was open.
Are the units more 1, 2, how many bedrooms?
They tend to be 1s and 2s with some 3s if the planning board will allow.
And the affordables would be?
The exact same units, the exact same mix.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. LaRue, to answer the first question of what we passed and
Mr. Moderator, I think what you're referring to was the mixed district that was passed in January. And as I recall, I think that change allowed for up to 700 units on those properties. Of course, none of that's been developed. We don't know when it will be. That's my recollection, but I don't have the numbers in front of me. I think that's what you were referring to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Cormier.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Cormier, Precinct 6. Rose, thank you for that, because I was going to mention the exact same thing. It's all too often this body kind of, makes decisions, in a snapshot. So each individual project we kind of take a quick look at, and we don't tend to look at the larger picture a good many times. So this particular project with the 188 units, coupled with the 700 plus units that might come in, now it becomes substantially big. And that's not a knock on Norbloom or anyone else, the project itself. If you took that and you placed it somewhere else in some of the other communities, I said, what an amazing, project. I've always felt that Burlington has kind of slowly but surely started to creep towards that city type of a feel. I've never been a fan of it. It's one of the Achilles heel of someone who was born and raised here. So I really resist a lot of this type of slow creep as I see it. You have the 700 units that could be possibly built, the 188. There is a creep, and it will start to move slowly but surely into the residential areas. You can guarantee that. So I really hope that this body would resist the temptation to start to accept the fact that, in defeat, that we can't do anything about this. I would hope that we would tend to preserve that kind of a residential feel. We always, in the past, when the mall was first built and all, that was that whole principle, is to kind of keep all of that into that box. And I've just seen it over the years in my lifetime, and we keep moving out of that. We keep on building and building. And I would hope that, this community would kind of push back a little bit. I hope that they had pushed back on the other. Unfortunately, it didn't. But I feel that we're starting to creep into areas that we really should resist. And I would hope that people would vote against this. Thank you.
Mr. Davison, please, and we'll go up back to Ms. Huntoon.
Doug Davison, Precinct 2. A couple of comments, and then also I'd like to know if we could get something from the Economic Development Office. I'm in favor of this after looking at it quite a bit. With all due respect, Mr. Cormier, I think you can't guarantee anything until it's already happened. We have maybe 700 units, I'm not sure, I think we're going to hear about that are possible in an area that was zoned. I'd like to hear if anybody has heard from any of those developers. Those are really owned by multiple different owners, and developing some large property there is going to be a challenge if it ever happens. We have heard from businesses that said we need housing for our employees. We have Nordblom has full buildings. We have empty buildings, and it's something that we all hear concerned about, and rightfully so. I don't expect any abatement requests from Nordblom or any of their office properties. We are concerned about abatements from other properties, potentially, if we can't fill them up. And having more housing is one of the things that would be an interesting component and make us competitive. And so I am in favor in that sense, but I would like to hear from economic development if they have a stand or input.
Mr. Toklas.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. For the record, my name is Melissa Tintokoulis. I work as the Economic Development Director. And I guess in terms of the economic development strategy, I would like to say that the Economic Development Office staff is in support of this project. It aligns with the strategy the town has set out for this corridor. It's not vertical mixed use. The concept is more horizontal mixed use, and it's similar to the mixed innovation district that we did approve. However, it's very different in its structure. This is a by right development. It means once you approve it, they are allowed to move forward with site plan review. And that is key in why a development agreement, which Ms. Colley referenced, was very important in that collaborative process where the select board and planning board were involved. The mixed-use district does allow some housing as infill. It does not remove or demolish any commercial properties, and any multifamily housing project does require a special permit, which goes back to planning board for approval. So I just want to make that clarification. And then going back to a couple other things and maybe reinforcing a couple other comments that were made this evening, economic development doesn't happen alone. I think the infrastructure to economic development is workforce housing, and housing of all sorts. The variety of housing is very important for the businesses, not just for the large employers, which is key to continue attracting and maintaining the visibility of the commerce and the corporate headquarters we have here in Burlington. The Broad, obviously Keurig, if you've been following the news, has now acquired Global Coffee, an $18 billion acquisition, which will be headquartered in Burlington. They will be also looking for housing for these employees and the spin-offs that come out from that. But also the people who live in these buildings then support the retail, restaurants, and the commerce that exists. So there is a natural benefit to this. For example, at Burlington Square, where we do have the new Tate, the new investment in, Life Alive, and those in Cava, those do need people. They need the transactions to survive, and that's very difficult alone without people to walk and come to these areas. So that's why there's kind of the natural synergy. In addition, the developer has worked with both the planning boards and the elected officials to create a development agreement. And yes, I think we have our fiduciary responsibility to press on our developers to make sure that they are contributing, especially in a scenario like this. And we did work through that process. We did ensure that we had a peer review on the financials. We did press for 38 units for affordable housing. And given certain market environments, we understand there are challenges to feasibility, and that's the negotiation that we had to go through. And so part of that we saw, we came to the 28 units as you saw here. Again, kind of reinforcing the need for a variety of housing. That housing does still help us, and it will still support and help our businesses stay strong. And I think that's what we're looking for in the long run, in kind of a sustainable approach to economic development. So I hope that wasn't too long-winded, but I feel like I had to share some of those thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, right here. Is that Kate? Ms. Asher?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Kate Asher, Precinct 4.
I hear the comments about sustainable development, and I've lived in 2 apartment complexes in town, in a townhouse, and have a single-family home now. And I've also met people who have rented in some of the rental properties. And I think businesses do need the homes. That's why I'm supporting this. This is just a comment, is that I think it also hurts businesses when housing rents go up a lot. And so what I see is people come in and they get the jobs and they love it, and then their rent's going up, 60%, in less than 10 years. And that happened to me. I started at $1,700 and a year went up to $2,100, and I moved out of that eventually, but someone I met there was paying, I think it was $2,600 or $2,900 within, 8 years. So I don't know what the answer is, but the sustainability piece is also, I think, important to the businesses that, rents remain affordable. So just a comment.
Thank you. Mr. Pearson, you had a question.
I'm Audie Pearson, Precinct 3. I serve on the Land Use Committee, and I was one of the 4 people who voted in favor of this development. I just want to point out that this proposal is one step in a process that we're going to be taking over the the foreseeable future. We do not live in a 20th century economy anymore. We live in a 21st century economy. And the way a 21st century economy works is that you mix housing with retail and commercial. That's the way in which Boston is changing, and it's the way in which all the suburbs around us are changing. And we need to do that in order to stay in our position as one of the better suburbs of Boston. And what I mean by suburbs is that this development actually goes into the part of Burlington that no one would think of as a residential neighborhood, that no one would think of as being a sleepy, bucolic place to raise your family in a single-family home. And that's because we have our zoning planned out so that all the folks who have single-family homes are separated from this booming business district. And the two work together. It's a dynamic that happens together, and one of the things that happens is that by having developments like this go on, we get more tax revenue, and that supports the people who live in the individual houses. I want you to remember that the Land Use Committee and other parts of the town government fought very hard to prevent a 26-unit apartment complex from being put in a residential neighborhood over on the south part of town, because that didn't fit in with residential neighborhoods. But this is in an urban commercial district, and this is the right place to put housing like this. This is the right place to be doing this. So it isn't a mistake. It isn't a slippery slope that we were falling down on. It is the way in which we can grow and prosper and maintain our residential neighborhoods. The only other way of growing and prospering is for us to start having commercial development out into the residential areas. And that's what we need to do, is encourage these kinds of projects in order to make sure that our residential areas don't have to be turned into that. So it's a balance that we're working on here, and it fits into the plan. It isn't an aberration, it isn't a mistake. It's part of the plan for the next 20 or 30 years in Burlington. We can't just assume that we're going to have this wonderful commercial base in 30 years, because you see those empty buildings. There are a couple of, office buildings right, within a few blocks of us that have been empty for years. And since the pandemic, there are more of them. And we need to do things to make sure that that doesn't happen. And the way to do that is to have residential customers near commercial districts. So think of the geographic location of this building. It isn't in a residential neighborhood, it's in a commercial district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Mr. Sachs, and we'll get to Mr. Sinesi. John, stand up, please, so they don't. I said who? I said that? Did I really? Well, I guess in that case, I must let Ms. Huntoon speak, and I apologize.
Thank you. Michelle Huntoon, Precinct 1. I am in support of this project for many of the reasons that other people have given. I think we need more housing. I think, and this isn't because he just basically got me the mic, but every point that Mr. Liebler made with his comments, I feel were very valuable to the conversation. What I would like to bring up, and I don't think the representative from Nordblom can really, I think the ship has sailed with what I'm about to say, but the units that are designated affordable, I think that's kind of generous as a term. When you look at like Lifetime Living, if you've gone on to those websites and looked up what a studio, an affordable studio costs, I haven't looked up recently, but I wouldn't, it costs more than the mortgage plus escrow that I have on my 2,400 square foot single family house on, half an acre. So I'd really like, some more thought to go into that aspect. I know it's a business decision, and I know there are actual formulas involved for AMI and whatnot, but like Ms. LaRue was saying, we had a housing needs assessment done, and we need more middle housing, and we need more units, but I'd really like some thought to go into, getting us where we need to be, not just stacking them in. And I do like the project. I like how it looks. I think it works in that ecosystem, and I am going to vote in favor of it. But whoever needs to hear it, whoever has the ability to work on it, I'd really love to see more work done in the affordability realm and in the middle housing realm. I think it'd be nice to be a bit more holistic in how we're developing our town. And our zoning has been done in a very thoughtful manner. And I think if we could just make more progress in that direction, it would be very helpful to our entire community.
Mr. Fremont Smith, you have a comment in regards to any of this?
Mr. Moderator, housing is very expensive, and I look at what we have young people in our office who are coming back from open houses. They're looking in Arlington at a little tiny single-family cape that's $1.1 million. It's really hard. I don't know what the answer is. Interest rates have doubled. The mortgages on a starter home now are something like $7,000 a month. So as expensive as $3,000 sounds, and it does sound expensive to me. I bought my first house for $150,000 or something. Construction costs are really high. The building codes are very expensive. Land is very expensive. Someone mentioned people tearing down houses that cost $700,000 to buy. We'd be happy to participate in a discussion about that. This is an area of town that really doesn't support middle housing. Townhouses wouldn't fit in here. They wouldn't be enough of an economic driver to build here. If the state is looking at all its state-owned land, we're bidding on a 5-acre site in Bedford right now for micro housing. So modular, robotically assisted, constructed modular housing, 2,000 square feet maximum. Even that modular unit is $499,000 to buy. It's just to put on the site, never mind the land. So it is a big problem. I think just metaphysically, more housing is more housing, but I don't disagree that it's expensive. And the affordable rents, as someone mentioned, are set by the state, not the developer. They're state law. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fremont Smith. Mr. Sachs, now I can recognize you.
John Sachs, Precinct 7. I do sympathize with the concern over the town growing, but I visit very frequently the neighborhoods on Corporate Drive, which is a strange development because it is half housing and half office parks. And a few years ago, they put in a new enormous apartment building, 6 stories tall, and the residents freaked out. And they said, well, you can't imagine, how could this be? The owner had the right to build it, and they built it. But the weird thing is, nobody ever sees any traffic. I mean, it's pretty well fully rented, and you hardly ever see, once in a while, you see a car go in or come out. It hasn't changed the life of everybody else who lives there. I think a lot of those people must work at the office park and walk to work, which is exactly what they're planning here. Broad Institute and those places, they want people to be able to walk to work, and this is what they're getting. So I understand the concern, but as I say, I go in this neighborhood where there's this enormous 6-story apartment building, as far as I can tell, has made absolutely no difference.
Yeah, Chris, go ahead. There has been a motion to move the question. It's not debatable. All those in favor of moving the question? Thank you. All those opposed? It's a clear 2/3 are in favor. So now we will vote on the article. This is not a 2/3 article because this is falls under new state law. This is a simple majority vote. So all those in favor of this article, please raise your hand. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. It's a clear majority, and this article passes. Thank you. Ms. Saltman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Myrna Saltman, Precinct 2. Can we please have a few minutes to stretch and kvetch?
That Myrna minute, is that what you're after?
The Myrna minutes in the plural, yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just not 20 minutes. See if we keep it to about 5. And if there's anybody who didn't sign in, like you're supposed to, please come up here and do it. Phyllis, there's a gentleman here who needs to talk to you. Phyllis Neufeld. The Myrna minute has stretched a little bit, so could we get back to business? Believe it or not, I don't want to be here on Wednesday. Come on, folks, let's get back to business here. That includes you, Mr. Campbell, Ms. Neufeld, Ms. Huntoon. Who else is still standing up? Someone back, Mr. Stacci? Let's get a...
Hello? Point of order. Is it possible to ask people to limit their comments to 3 minutes in the interest of conciseness? Thank you.
It's possible. And I'd appreciate it if they'd limit their comments to 2 minutes. We'd like to not be back on Wednesday. Okay. Let's get back to our business here. Article 9 has been moved and seconded by the Ways and Means Committee. It is as presented in the warrant. It's to amend Article 13, Section 10 to add on non-emergency lift assist fee. Select Board vote.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Select Board voted 5-0-0 in favor.
Thank you. Ways and Means? No vote? Then we'll go to a presentation from the administration here. Oh, general bylaw. Sorry, Michelle. Yeah, really, I'm not picking on you today.
Thank you. General bylaw voted 401.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Patrick Lawler, Assistant Town Administrator. So this article would allow the town to charge a fee for non-emergency lift assistance calls that the fire department receives from the 3 senior living facilities in town. I want to be clear that this would not impact calls to residential homes, private homes, and it would not be a part of any calls that are emergency medical calls at these facilities. This is only for non-emergency lift assistance fee. And what we're seeing is a trend nationwide is senior living facilities essentially transferring or attempting to transfer liability that they may be on the hook for over to fire departments nationwide. So what this may mean is that if a resident needs assistance either being lifted from a chair to a bed or if there's a fall, these services are calling the fire department for what may be a non-emergency lift. And these are things that should be generally handled by medical staff on site, but the calls are coming into the fire department. And these can range. So oftentimes the fire department will be called to one of these assisted living facilities. They'll get there and they'll realize this is not a non-emergency lift fee. This is actually a medical emergency. They need medical assistance, either provided by our EMS or paramedics or transportation to a hospital. In that situation, a fee would not be assessed. So what we're seeing, as I mentioned, nationwide, this sort of liability transfer where some of these facilities are instructing their staff not to assist with a lift because of the liability that may be associated with it. And so the scope of this article is not to assess a new fee or to generate revenue from this. It's to encourage these facilities to use the emergency services for what are emergencies. And nationwide, we're seeing communities assess this type of fee. And in one community that we looked at, it was a 60% reduction in calls to the fire department or the emergency medical services because those staff either were trained on how to properly lift, they were using the proper equipment to assist in those lifts, and oftentimes it resulted in a better patient outcome because that lift was happening on a more timely basis. And as I mentioned, if there was in fact a medical emergency that occurs after an assessment, there is no fee that would be assessed. So we're asking for town meeting's approval of this to create a general bylaw to assess the fee that would be associated with the personnel and the equipment that would be needed to aid in this type of non-emergency lift assistance.
Thank you, Mr. Lawler. Mr. Tigas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have a passion for this article. I've been meeting with the chief. I'm the fire subcommittee for the select board, and what Patrick said is exactly what happens. The liability gets passed on to our firefighters. But here's the thing, this is the 3 for-profit facilities in town, for-profit facilities. And again, the letter that you may have received says the residents are supposed to be able to be independent. Well, I can tell you now, and the chief can back it up, they are calling this. The staff is calling the fire department for lift assists. What happens if the fire department is on 128 with a crash? What happens if the fire department is at a house fire? What happens to that person on the ground? They stay there. And as Patrick said, it's not about the money. This is about change. Getting these for-profit facilities to do something. Pick someone up off the floor. Right? Otherwise, they wait if we have fire personnel available, and if the person is in a chair or some heavy equipment or is a rather large person, where did the injury, who gets affected by the injuries? Us, towns, residents of Burlington, because it's our firefighters who are going to get injured, or paramedics are going to get injured, and then we have to cover that injury to replace that firefighter and or paramedic. So I strongly urge you to support this. Again, it's not for the money. It's to start change in these for-profit facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tigges. Any comments, question from the body? Yes, Mike. Mr. Prue.
Mike Prue, Precinct 4. You say it's not going to affect the regular residents, but like, say I'm taking care of somebody that's in my residence and I can't pick them up off the floor. I'm going to call the fire department. But I'm not going to be charged this rate. And I argue that the people that are in the assisted living facilities in the town of Burlington are still citizens of the town of Burlington and should be treated likewise. Just because you have to be in the assisted living, you shouldn't have to be charged an extra fee. The facility that's taking care of them shouldn't have to be charging a fee where the residents don't. It's either an all or nothing thing in my mind. So I'm voting no.
Mr. Tigges.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Again, Michael, it's not money-based. We're not going to charge you or anybody who has someone in the house. It's for the whole impetus of this is to get the 3 for-profit assisted living facilities in Burlington to take some action, to get someone off the floor. It's not about the money. It's about change. We want to change, do what's right for, yes, they are citizens of Burlington. They are residents of Burlington. We want to get them off the floor quicker, sooner than later. Thank you.
Ms. Frustacci.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Joanne Frustacci, Precinct 3. I'm also a geriatric clinician. I've worked in group homes. I've worked in assisted living. I have a couple of questions. One is, I've heard through the grapevine that the fee is going to be $500. Is that correct? My second question is, has there been dialogue with the executive directors of the assisted living facilities and the select board or any other entities in town to address this problem first? And another question I have is, do we have any statistics on the number of calls that have been come in on this? And also the issue of transferring from a chair to a bed, I just find that hard to conceptualize because generally speaking, that is nursing home level of care. And are the assisted living facilities then, is what I'm hearing, that they're not designating people correctly at the level of care that they're at? Thank you.
Chief, are you responding to these?
Yes. Okay, so I believe the first question was, what is it going to be, $500? Yes, that is based on, that is based on the FEMA rates for a fire engine and an ambulance, and straight time rates for 5 fire personnel, 2 paramedics and 3 firefighters on the engine. This fee is going to be charged to the facility, not to the resident. We're going to send a bill to the facility. What was your second question? Stats. About 100 times a year.
Mr. Stacci, follow up?
Oh, and the dialogue, we've had dialogue with the personnel at all of these facilities over the years, and I can tell you that at times it gets better. We're not going there and they're not telling us well, they're not hurt, they just need to be picked up. So what we run into is then they start telling us they are hurt, but when we get there, they're not hurt. Last night, within 50 minutes, we went to 3 calls at assisted living facilities. 2 were transports, and 1 was someone who was lying on the ground for an extended period of time. When our people got there, she was adamant, I don't want EMS, I just need to be picked up. So that's anecdotal, but it's about 100 times a year between the 3 facilities.
And are they more falls or transfers or evenly split?
It's mostly falls, sometimes just sliding out of a bed, sliding out of a chair. They just need to get back up into the chair or into the bed. We're not necessarily transferring them from a chair to a bed unless we've transferred them to a chair and then onto the bed.
Thank you.
Ms. Altman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Myrna Saltman, Precinct 2. I am very much opposed to this article for the following reasons. I spoke with the 3 directors of the assisted livings here in town, and they knew nothing about this. And you have just referred, in the past, you've spoken to directors or employees at these facilities. These facilities provide a service, a great service to many of the residents who've lived in this town a long time and no longer can stay in their home. I did have a handout at the back table from the Mass Alpha, which is the Massachusetts Assisted Living Federation. And they sent an email to me. Maybe some of you got it. Some people told me they got it. I asked Jen Priest if she could get it out to town meeting members today. This was all on short notice that I learned about this, and I was really, I was in Stonebridge the next day after I read this in the Warren, and I asked the director there, did you know anything about this? No. I spoke to the director at Atria, they knew nothing about it. I went to the Council on Aging meeting last Wednesday, our great council. They knew nothing about this. I called other towns, surrounding towns, because the backup information says that other towns have this. I called Wilmington and Bill Ricker. They do not know anything about if such a fee is imposed upon assisted living facilities. The backup describes more than assisted living facilities. It describes nursing homes and group homes and rest homes. Assisted livings are unique to themselves. And rather than take the time to read the explanation, I'll just try and be brief, which is very hard for me. Okay. This is from the law firm that's representing the Mass Alpha, and then I have a letter from the director of Mass Alpha, which I got today. Staff in assisted living are working in a residential home and community-based setting, not a skilled medical environment or in a hospital. They are not trained as emergency responders. It is an important safety measure for residents to be able to call on their town's emergency services in these situations, just as they would if they were living at home in independent living or with family members. And that's what bothers me most about this. I think this is almost discriminatory because these are profit-making facilities. Well, Mr. Nordrum just presented his case. That's going to be a profit-making facility, and if the people fall in there, is he going to be charged $500 when they go to his building? I mean, I really think more discussion is needed on this. This is really what my war cry is. I would like to see the assisted living people, the Federation, the Council on Aging, and all of you speak, get together and discuss this to see, is this really what we want? I'm just so upset about it. I'm not probably speaking clearly, but thank you for listening.
Ms. Asher?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Kate Asher, Precinct 4. I think sometimes we think that if there's a money component, it'll solve the problem. It sounds, what I'm hearing here is that people are getting hurt trying to pick people up. My mom's 87, and I've seen that in her facility where she is. And I agree with the last speaker that I think there needs to be more thought about solving that problem. So, what mechanisms are there, to require maybe the equipment that would be helpful, or staffing numbers so that whatever it is, you need 3 people at any one time to pick somebody up, but to actually solve the problem, because we know that if you charge them $500, they're going to pass that on to their customers.
Ms. Byer, then we'll get to Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Kathy Byer, Precinct 2. And thank you, Ms. Saltman, for your comments, because I'm looking at this and I'm asking myself, what is happening inside of the facilities that they don't have people to do this? And I don't know if it's management or if it's actually a staffing issue, which sometimes in these facilities it is, or somebody calls in sick and now you don't have the people you need to be able to lift someone. And so I want to know more about the why, and so I am making a motion to postpone so that there can be a wider discussion before we have a vote. Thank you.
Okay, there is a motion to postpone. Is there a second? Discussion on postponing? Ms. Byer?
I just want to back up what I hear from the fire department and the police department, that I absolutely hear what you're saying and I understand that. I just want to have a better understanding of the why of what's happening behind there, because it does seem, I'm glad to know that you are the call of last resort, and if there's something that can be taken care of before that ever happens, I would like to see that and have the chance to vote to support you later, but I'm not prepared to do that tonight, so that is my reason for asking for a postponement. Thank you.
Mr. Rookfield?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Alex Rockfield, Precinct 5. If we passed the postponement and had a little more time, do you see benefit to reaching out to some of those other groups, such as talking to the facilities more, or the Council of Aging? And if not, why not?
Mr. Lawler?
Thank you. Yes, no, I think we understand the sentiment of town meeting, and certainly outreach would be a part of that. One of the things that we've talked about over the last couple of weeks is I've received questions from town meeting members, myself and the chief, is these are our residents. These facilities are our community partners, and so we would be open to even working with them on training on how to properly lift and the proper equipment to get. So if it is the will of town meeting to postpone this, I think that we would do that additional dialogue. We would be open to additional sort of listening sessions and fact gathering to help town meeting better understand it if given the opportunity. But so thank you.
Yes, Ms. Wang? Oh, Ms.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have a question. If we postpone this, well, first, I do want our first responder folks on more urgent issues. Don't want to stress you guys out. And secondly, I don't really want to stress our elderlies as they are residents in Burlington. So if we're going to postpone this, next time, could you think about some resolution, like a meet them in, like halfway in the middle ground? Like say, if you're going to have like a $500,000 a year, like saving from this 111 lift assistant calls, and then can this money sort of use half of it like to support certain like training program, training staffing like in the facility to lift, so reduce your burden and also have more qualified people to help their own residents. And there are many questions not really answered, like where does $500,000 will go to the town or go to your department, or in the future, how would actually, because this is not for money, how would we actually help this kind of, residents, elderlies, support them, right? So I just think next time maybe you can bring this kind of answers to us, then, we can vote on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly?
Jack Kelly, Precinct 7. I think postponing this delays a solution. There are available equipment designed specifically to help people stand up when they're falling, to transfer them. They're more expensive than someone could afford in a single-family home, but they'd be very affordable in a facility that has dozens or more people. Hoyer lifts, lift to stand. There are equipment that could be operated by one or two people in the facility and very safely get that person up. And this is only for people who are not injured, that they're asking for this service. So I don't think we should, even if we buy the piece of equipment for each facility, it's going to save money and the cost and the risk to our firefighters and people who may really need the firefighters to come to their homes. So I would be against postponing this. I would be in favor of the article, and if necessary, the town could buy the equipment and donate it to the 3 facilities, and it would be cost savings. And town council is shaking her head no. So I would like to hear why town council is shaking her head no.
Town council, Lisa Mead, please.
That would violate the anti-aid amendment. These are for-profit institutions, and we cannot use public money to benefit a for-profit institution. It violates the anti-aid amendment.
Okay, so 2 trips, $500, they could buy the equipment themselves.
Mr. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bob Young, Precinct 3, and I'm going to try to be measured in my comments, but this really upsets me. I noticed our economic department on the website talks about Burlington being a welcoming community.
Bob, what's in front of us now is whether we should postpone or not. We are not talking about the value of the article, the original article. The question is, shall we postpone or shall we not postpone?
I guess I got confused because Mr. Kelly was talking about something, but...
Well, Mr. Kelly's hard to keep on topic.
I see.
I've had that problem before.
I would just say, vote your conscience, but, when you say these are our community members, I'd like to see the result of that by, if there's 100 calls, 200 calls, these people could have been living in their own homes, but they've reached an age where they're in a facility and they need a certain amount of help. And I think we should be there to help them if they need it.
So, Mr. Young, are you in favor or opposed to postponing?
I would be in favor of postponing the measure, sir. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Yes. We can't do that. We can't postpone to a certain time. That would be postponing it to a certain time, such as in January, and we can't say anything about the January warrant yet. It's not within our purview. Now, we're talking about postponing, okay? Can we get a microphone here?
Thank you, Joanne Frustacci, Precinct 3. I may be mistaken, and I defer to greater judgment, but in Robert's rules, you either postpone indefinitely or postpone to a certain time, is my understanding. Could you clarify that? Thank you.
We will be postponing indefinitely. We cannot, if our meeting were continuing, or if we wanted to postpone it to a time certain tonight, we could do that. But we can't postpone it to a certain time to a meeting that hasn't been set yet. Ms. Huntoon.
Thank you. Michelle Huntoon, Precinct 1. I think I'm a little biased just because on bylaw review, the chief did come before our committee, so we had the opportunity to ask a lot of questions. And I feel like a lot of the questions and confusion that are happening now, and that people are calling for the postponement over, I feel like we have those answers. I would only be in favor of postponement if there was significant, objective steps we were asking the town to take to bring us more information. So I would just like to know, if the chief would like to elaborate on conversations they have had, because I know that the town's put some work into this and some thought into this, at least based on our conversation. So what does a postponement get us information-wise? What steps would the chief be taking in the time between now and when we bring this back?
So, Mr. Lawler or Chief, would one of you care to comment on that?
To be honest with you, I don't know what kind of steps I'd be taking, but I can tell you that since the first facility opened in this town, we were told they were going to have a contract with the private ambulance company, and that dried up, and it fell on our shoulders. And, we talked about all the development in this town and how, that facility that just passed is going to cost $20,000 a year. That's probably 40, 50 runs for us. Every facility costs us more runs. Assisted living facilities costs us exponentially more. I don't have the number, but as you can imagine, it's more people. More people of the age that we would be going to respond to. I'm not standing up here, cold-hearted fire chief, saying, I don't care about these residents. I know they're residents. My concern is that the companies that are running these are taking advantage of us. Just like we couldn't donate a Hoyer lift to them because that's public money going to a private entity. We are a public service going to a private entity. Yes, we're going to a resident, but that resident is paying fees. That resident is paying a menu of items, either a la carte or levels of service, and they're not, they're called assisted living. What are they assisting them with? So it's been years that this has been going on, and I became chief, and the guys came to me and said, can we look at what we can do? And so I decided, all right, I'm going to do it. It may be unpopular, but I believe it's the right thing to do. These facilities are there to make money. They joined an association that they have to pay fees to. that association hired lobbyists to write that nice letter to sway your vote. They say that they treat their people with dignity. That's their goal. How dignified is it to be lying on the ground when we show up and there's two people there pointing at him? There she is. She needs to be picked up. Now, I was trying to not get this as a commentary on the industry, but that's what it is. It's an industry that they are part of, and they're shifting the liability for injuries to us. They don't want to lift the patient because they don't want to hurt the patient. They don't want to lift the patient because they don't want their people to get hurt. So when our people get hurt, months of injuries, months of PT visits, doctor's visits, it's not an insignificant amount. I had a question from someone. I don't have the numbers, but we have had injuries at these sites. Not for lift assist, but it's the same thing. You're lifting someone up, there's a potential for injury. So I don't know if I answered your question, but if there's anything else.
All right, we're kind of getting lost on this article here. We have a motion to postpone. We need to take care of that. If you wish to postpone, then we will no longer talking about this. If you'd like to talk about it further, we need to kill this motion to postpone. So anyone further on whether we should postpone or not? Is that Mimi back there?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mimi Bix Highland, Precinct 1. I am in support of postponing this article, and I just want to state why. I hear what the chief is saying, and I am sympathetic to the concerns that have been articulated, but Ms. Huntoon, for example, says that she is aware of the answers to many of the questions that Ms. Saltman and others have raised, but I am not, and I know many of my colleagues here are not. I think before we jump to impose a solution, I'd like to get answers, or I'd like to see some collaboration and research on what might be done. Now, perhaps that has already happened on your end. It just hasn't been communicated to this body, and we need more information. So that's why I'm in favor of postponing. Thank you.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Chris Murphy, Precinct 5. I think we should not postpone this. And Chief, that was extremely helpful. That was, I think if we started with all of that at the beginning, we might have gotten here sooner. But to me, I don't know what other information we need to get. I mean, this is clearly what the chief said, in my opinion, is these facilities are taking full advantage of our fire department, and it does get people injured. It costs our town a lot of money, and it probably ties people up with things that aren't emergencies when there are probably emergencies out there that they can't get to. To me, this is a no-brainer. I think we should not postpone it, and I'm going to vote in favor of it.
Mr. Sinesi.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Adam Sinesi, Precinct 1. Move the question to postpone.
Thank you, Mr. Sinesi. The motion has been made to move the question. All those in favor of moving the question to vote on the postponement, Raise your hand. Thank you. All those opposed? It's a clear 2/3, which brings us to voting on the motion to postpone. All those in favor of postponing? All those opposed? The motion fails. Is there any further discussion on the main motion? You saw how easily it passed. You want to discuss it further. Ms. Callahan?
I just want to know, Adrienne Callahan, Precinct 7. I just want to know if the cost is just going to get passed on to the patients.
Mr. Lawler, please.
I don't think as a town we can answer that definitively, but what we have seen in these situations is the limited studies, the scientific studies that are out there about this, is that none of the communities that have gone forward with this is about a revenue generator. It has actually curbed the number of calls by about 60% in these communities. So when we talk about compassion, when we talk about with dignity, I share those sentiments. And in most of these cases, staff is able to respond to these, which provides a greater level of service to these people. So, we have seen the studies out there that there has been a reduction in these types of calls. Thank you.
Mr. DiTucci.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dan DiTucci, Precinct 6. Please move the question.
Thank you. We have a motion to move the question. Let's put that to a vote. All those in favor of moving the question? Thank you. All those opposed? The motion is carried. Brings us to a vote on the original motion. All those in favor? Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion passes. This brings us to Article 10. Has been moved and seconded by the Ways and Means Committee. The article is as printed in the warrant. It's to amend and rename Stormwater and Erosion and Sedimentation Control Bylaw. Bylaw Review Committee. Ms. Huntoon?
Thank you. Bylaw review voted 7-0-0.
Did any other committee take a position? Land use? Mr. Wadilla.
Dave Wadilla from Land Use. We voted 4 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 abstained. Land Use Committee was generally in favor of this article. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Spayo.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Select Board voted 5-0 in favor.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen, go ahead.
Okay. How's that? All right. My name is Larry Cohen. I'm chair of the Burlington Conservation Commission. With me on my left is our conservation administrator, Eileen Coleman. I was asked to speed this through and not dally on the slides. It's getting late, so I'm going to try to do that. I wouldn't want to lose you or put any of you to sleep. At the last town meeting, this article missed by just 1 vote. We received input from a number of town meeting members as to why they voted no. The 2 main reasons were they were not clear what was being moved into the regulations, and there was concern about town meeting, you folks, giving up too much control. This presentation will answer those questions and give you a better idea of what you are voting on. The easy part of our request through this warrant article is to rename the existing bylaw from the Stormwater and Erosion and Sedimentation Control Bylaw to renaming to the Stormwater Management Bylaw, as most other towns have done. Current bylaw gives us the authority to establish regulations. This is not a new authority. It's been there since the beginning when we started this bylaw. The bylaw was started 19 years ago. I was the original author in 2006. Now, the bylaw has gotten more complicated as time has gone on. And what other towns have done is they've taken the approach of dividing the stormwater bylaw into a simple bylaw that establishes the requirement for that erosion and sedimentation be controlled, how the program works, and who it applies to. And then there's a regulation document that supports the bylaw, and it has all the technical and logistical details in it. Every aspect of what makes this program work, which is in the current bylaw, will actually remain in the current bylaw. We're not changing anything about it at all. Burlington has a general EPA permit. Among many things required, it says we must control, one of the major things is we must control stormwater discharges from construction sites and the associated pollutants. Now, uncontrolled runoff goes one of two places. If you have uncontrolled runoff that goes into the street, the soil and the stormwater runs into the storm sewer system. It then runs along the streets and finally gets discharged into a low-lying area with additional water being placed there. If you happen to be one of those people that lives near these low-lying areas, that extra water could mean more water in your backyard, or maybe even some water seeping into your basement. The other place that the stormwater can go is to the left of the site, to the right of the site, to the back of the site, and you have neighbors there. And the neighbors may find that where they didn't have water ponding before, they now have water if that happens. So this bylaw really does protect the residents of Burlington. This is a summary slide. The upper part of the slide will tell you what is in the current bylaw and what will remain in the bylaw. And in that section of what is in the proposed bylaw, everything that makes the program work today has been put into the bylaw, which you folks control. So we have in it, the most important sections are the applicability and permit sections, and it describes who needs a permit, what type of a permit. All that, which is currently the way it is, will be the way it is in the revised bylaw that you're voting on. Additional things like as waivers that you may apply, that any requirement in the bylaw can, if you have if an applicant has trouble complying with it, they can apply for a waiver, and we routinely entertain waiver requests for good reason where someone can't comply with an exact requirement. There's enforcement violations, and then we have something called a standing subcommittee. That part is new. I'm going to describe to you on the next slide what that's about. The bottom half of the slide, okay, is what is contained in the regulations. It is regarding what is in an application package, what is in a stormwater management plan, what has to be in an erosion and sedimentation control plan or operation and maintenance plan. It is essentially a list of technical and logistical detail. Now, whenever we have made changes, particularly to our regulations for the wetlands or the wetlands bylaw, we have always done, for the last 34 years that I have been on the Conservation Commission, we have always done outreach. We have gone to the Chamber of Commerce and gone before their Government Affairs Subcommittee and asked for their input. We have contacted the major developers in town, or we have gone to the legal firms that operate in town. Okay, this has been going on for many, many years. We're adding a new layer. We're adding what is called a standing subcommittee. This was in the regulations, but we decided to also put it into the bylaw, so you have control over the existence of that subcommittee. So the subcommittee is intended to have 3 conservation commissioners, 3 people from the public, 2 from the development community that the conservation chair would appoint. And the point is, the bylaw says we will commit to not having any public hearing to change the regulations until such time as this subcommittee has had an opportunity to meet. This is just 2 examples of where we might make technical changes. Recently, we made changes to the definition of how much rain a 100-year storm occurs in a 24-hour period. It used to be for years 7 inches of rain. We recently, because the data shows it had to be updated, we had to come before you and make changes to the 8.9 inches because there's a lot more rain that occurs for the 100-year probable storm. It's expected to even go up from there. If the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection makes changes to their stormwater standards, we're required to make changes to our standards. There's one other thing. At the last town meeting, somebody said, well, what if we vote for this bylaw and it's a simplified bylaw with all the programmatic stuff, but then the regulations were in draft form, haven't been adopted, would have a simplified bylaw that's not supported by the technical content that is needed. So in July of 2025, the Conservation Commission adopted regulations. There is nothing new in those regulations. We simply took everything that's in the current bylaw and we moved it into regulation. So now, until you vote for this, it's actually in both places. The current bylaw, and we have a set of regulations that says the same thing. Now, a word, what if there's a conflict? What if the regulations, there's a conflict and it has to be resolved? The way a conflict between the regulations and what the bylaw says that defers to the language in the bylaw. That is the higher order document. There are 2 types of permits. We've had this since 2006. There is the standard stormwater permit for larger projects. It requires a full hearing. And then there's the abbreviated stormwater permit, which is administratively issued for the smaller projects. We created this almost 20 years ago because the concern was to not overburden the restaurants, the residents. They can come into the office, apply for it, and within a very short period of time, they get their permit. Most homeowner projects are, if they're big enough, are abbreviated stormwater permits. And it also goes without saying that if you're not above a certain threshold, you require no permit whatsoever. So, for example, if you have a deck and it's less than, you got a half acre of land and it's like 600-700 square foot deck, there's a very good chance you don't need any permit at all. If, for example, you're creating an ADU, the maximum size is 900 square feet. The threshold for the abbreviated permit is 5% of the lot area. 5% of 20,000 square feet is 1,000 square feet. So if you're not building a walkway and you're not building additional driveway, there's a very good chance you could have an ADU and you do not need a permit. That's not to say that if you have a small project and frankly it makes a mess and it runs into the street, you may get a letter from us saying you have a violation of the bylaw and you really need to clean that up. The remaining things in the bylaw, there's talk about waivers. That provision is in there. There's talks about enforcement language and the types of enforcement procedures. And even on the slide, I'm listing things like enforcement orders, civil penalties, violations, cease and desist orders. But the reality is far and away the most common type of enforcement when something is wrong, we send them a letter, or if it needs to be discussed, we ask them to come into a meeting and talk to us, and we resolve it at that point. It also has language for outside consulting services. Honestly, it's rarely used, but occasionally there's something that's so complex, some aspect of the drainage calculation or the drainage analysis that requires an independent review. We have the ability to ask for that independent review. Honestly, I can't even remember the last time we actually ever did that, but it's there if we need it. This is an important section. The bylaw has section 6.6. It prescribes, it defines what the content of the regulations are to be. It defines it as technical content and some logistical content. It does not define programmatic content. So essentially, we have a separate provision in the bylaw that essentially says, here is what the regulations are to be used for. Now we'll go on to regulations and help make that clear to you. In the regulations, there's text about the stormwater management plan, erosion plan, operation and maintenance plan, requirements for test pit data. You can see all that stuff here. The point is, each one of those items is supported by a long list of technical details that is actually in the current bylaw. So I'm not going to go through every one of these things on the list to show you, but I'm going to show you just one example. 32 technical parameters are on this list. This is just for the standard permit, the stormwater management plan. These are not, there's nothing new here. We took what is already existing in the bylaw, and we simply have also put it into the regulations that we have adopted. If we need to make a change to anything on this list, it would be really helpful if we didn't have to go through the entire town meeting process, if we could just make these adjustments. We have a similar list for the erosion control plan, the operation and maintenance plan, and then there's a bunch of language for administrative issues like the requirement to notify abutters, or the requirement how many days we have to schedule a hearing, or how many days the commission has to take action on an application. Okay, and I'm not going to go through all that, but there's a lot of pages devoted to the details of this. We also require that the larger projects and the larger abbreviated permit projects must have drainage calculations, and we do that, and the plans must be stamped by a professional engineer, and we do that so the owner of the property knows that these stormwater systems are going to operate correctly, and frankly, for the benefit of the neighbors. Of course, they want it to operate correctly as well. I've just described 75% of what's in the regulations. The other, about 25%, is performance standards. We have lists of what the performance standards must be. Massachusetts DEP has performance standards. We have very similar standards. We have performance standards that apply to all projects. We have some performance standards that apply for those that require a PE stamp, and we have some performance standards for the really large projects. So, for example, the really large projects, like greater than an acre, which is really not homeowner projects, it has to do with total suspended solids removal and phosphorus removal, some technical things that must be adhered to as far as how the stormwater system must operate. In both the proposed bylaw and regulations in both places, we moved the definitions from the bylaw also into the regulations. They still apply. There's a requirement for two things I want to talk about. One is something called low impact development. The state requires us to require an applicant that they must consider low impact development. Well, so what is that? That's rain gardens, it's vegetative swales, it's permeable pavements, and we are required to ask them to implement those if at all possible. They must evaluate, rather than take the stormwater, put it into a pipe, and run it to a whole network of pipes underground, and then discharge it into the far end of the site. So the state requires us to ask, and if they can't do low impact development, they have to state why, usually because there's just not enough room on the site if they really can't do it. The other thing, the subject which is oftentimes talked about, is the subject of trees. For years, we have had, for this permit, for the last 15 feet, the rear zoning setback, the last 15 feet of the site, we restrict the tree cutting in that last 15 feet. Or if someone says, I have to cut it because of X, Y, and Z, we ask them to replace the tree. Now, that's been there for years. However, on all other parts of the site, we are not regulating trees. We have language that says we will encourage people to not cut trees. We will encourage people to replace trees on a one-to-one basis. And we also point out that if you remove 20 trees on the property, you may find that if you don't start replacing trees that you took out, they take up hundreds of gallons, thousands of gallons of water. If you don't replace those trees, you may find you have a very wet piece of property. So we also point that out. But we are not restricting tree cutting. We are not mandating replacement on the majority of the site with this bylaw. Other things that are here, there's a whole bunch of language. You can read what's on the slide. But, I mean, we have language about actions we may take. We may issue a permit, or issue it with modification, or we may deny a permit. We only would deny a permit if there's not enough information or the system that's being designed does not meet performance standards. Honestly, a denial of a permit very rarely happens. I can't even remember the last time we've actually denied a stormwater permit. All right. The waiver language that's in the bylaw, we also put it into the regulations. And we wanted it to be clear that not only can someone ask for a waiver of any requirement of the bylaw, but any of the technical requirements that are in the regulations, they can also ask for a waiver of any of those as well. So we put the exact same language applying to the bylaw as what we have in regulations. Now, it's a fair question. I'm getting near the end here. You may ask, is there anything new at all that was placed into the regulations that is not in the current bylaw? The answer is very little. We found we had to add a few additional definitions because we used that as the language in the bylaw. So yes, we added a few additional definitions. We added details about the waiver request, like how many days we have to act on a waiver request, or we may request additional information. So we have text about that. And then we added a little bit of text on the handling of fees if we need to ask for outside consulting services for some very specific aspect of the project, that the fees are deposited with the treasurer, that the applicant can pay the whoever is evaluating it directly. So we have language to that effect. And that's the only thing that is different. Very, very little change from what is in the bylaw to what is been moved into regulations. This is the other major point. At the last town meeting, people expressed the concern. Are we giving up too much control? Is it possible that even if we trust you, that could there be a future conservation commission could use the regulations contrary to the public interest? And I will give you the short answer, then a little bit longer answer. The answer is no. It is not possible. We are proposing a system that allows town meeting to stay informed, stay involved, and stay empowered by controlling how the program works while allowing the commission to do its job more effectively. So, a couple of points on this, because this is worth spending a minute on, okay? We have section 6.6. I mentioned this. The bylaw prescribes what the regulations are to be used for. Second, we have the bylaw prescribing a standing subcommittee. Now, if a future conservation commission wanted to bypass the committee and not go through that process, they couldn't do it unless they actually brought a warrant article before you to say, we would like to remove the requirement for a standing subcommittee. That presentation wouldn't get very far because it would be a no-brainer. You wouldn't do that. So that standing subcommittee exists as further outreach over what we already do. You control the application thresholds. That means you control who needs a permit, what type of permit it is, and what they have to do, what they have to apply for. Finally, the last thing is, if you don't like what, say, the Board of Health is doing, Well, you can go to convince someone to run in a local election. You can convince them to spend the money and make a case to the voters to replace a Board of Health member. If you want to replace a planning board member, it's the same thing. You convince somebody to run against them, say they're not doing a good job, and you get someone to run against them and spend the money for a campaign. However, a Conservation Commission is different. We are appointed by the Select Board. We are appointed to 3-year terms. 2 of us come up every year. If you want to change out Conservation Commissioners because you don't think they're working in the public interest, the Select Board simply does not reappoint us. We are not elected. Now, if we want to make a change, if we want to correct errors or adjust a permit timeline or correct omissions or clarify something or make things conforming with what the state says or what EPA says we must do, we have to open up hearings. We then have to vote for a warrant article. We then go to a meeting of the General Bylaw Review Committee. They often tell us, well, that's all well and good, but we want you to come back one more time for further discussion. Then we go to the Board of Health and we make a discussion. Then we go maybe to the Planning Board if it's needed. And then we finally get to the Select Board. The Select Board says, thank you very much. They said, but we're not voting it today, so could you please come back in another month? So we come back in another month. This is a process that you folks well know how it is done. Okay? And finally, we get in front of town meeting. It would be really helpful if we could ask your help so that we can make these technical changes in the purview of changes to the regulations, let the commission make these technical changes, correct these errors, correct these omissions. The benefit, of course, is if our staff would have more time not attending those meetings, they would have more time helping applicants apply for permits. You folks wouldn't have to sit here listening to things that could easily be done by the commission. You would be involved in only those things that truly, really matter. So, the end of my presentation is this. This proposal is not about removing oversight. It's about making our process more responsive while keeping you, our town meeting members, fully informed and fully involved. Thank you very much for listening. I'll try to answer some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. So we'll open this up to questions, comments from the body. Mr. Eiler.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Eiler, Precinct 6. So first off, I want to say I think the Conservation Commission is doing a great job. So in no way is this a commentary on what they're doing. And also want to note that this isn't really about stormwater management. Because I think we all understand that that's a good thing to have, and no one's suggesting that we shouldn't have that. What this is about is breaking off 21 pages from the bylaw and moving it into regulations, and whether we feel comfortable with that or not. In looking through the proposed the proposal for a warrant article, other than 1 or 2 sentence differences, it's basically identical to what we voted on last time. So there's no changes as far as the content of what's being proposed here realistically. I do have an issue with moving all that over, and I do think it is giving up oversight that town meeting currently has. We typically approve probably over 90% of the bylaw changes that come through here. And it's not because we're a rubber stamp. It's because when groups like the Conservation Commission want to propose a change, they realize they have to convince all of you and all these other committees along the way that their bylaw actually makes sense. And so it's a sort of a self-selecting process that only reasonable things are brought before us, so then we naturally vote for it. So I don't think we want to give that up. The idea that this conservation subcommittee is providing that oversight, I don't think is accurate. It's not at all independent of the conservation committee. It has, I think, several members from the committee itself, and the rest are appointed by the chair. So it's really not an independent committee that's providing oversight. It's just another subcommittee of people that are controlled by the same group, essentially. So I don't think that is really addressing the issue. I think there's this, I think the regulations are being presented as if they are technical details that really aren't, worthy of being in the bylaw, so to speak. I think certainly there's a fair amount of, file your form in triplicate and, provide this address and so on. And I think we would agree that we don't care about that being in the bylaw per se. But there is a lot, there are a number of things in the regulation that aren't like that. They are actual numbers and, amount of land disturbances and so on that, you might have an opinion on whether you think that number should be changed or not. And I think that is a valid bit of oversight that town meeting is providing. So there was a lot talked about there, so I just want to make sure I cover all the points here. Yeah, and I guess, in the end, it boils down to there's probably two possibilities here. One is they're really not trying to make a lot of changes, so what's the big deal? In which case I would say, well, then what's the big deal if you're not making a lot of changes? Let's just keep the process as it is. Or they're actually planning on making a lot of changes, in which case it would be inconvenient to go through the process, but then it becomes very important that they do go through the process and that we do have that oversight. And I would not want to give that up, would be my position. So I would suggest not voting for this. Thank you.
Ms. Simonds.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Martha Simon, Precinct 3. To me, this is a no-brainer. Agencies, companies have policies, and then they have procedures. The commission, the town meeting, the board of the select board, they set the policies, we establish the bylaws, and that establishes the parameters. People talk a lot about efficiency in government. This would allow the Conservation Department to do their job. What if there's a new regulation from the state? Why would it have to come back to town meeting if it's part of the regulations? These are technical things. It's very clear these are very technical things. If there's a question about what degree of, I forget the terminology now, but the drainage numbers, how would someone who's in town meeting have more information about that than the engineers that are being consulted, than the Conservation Commission that works really hard and knows a lot about the background of this? So to me, this is really about establishing policies, which we're calling bylaws in this case, and having regulations that can be changed. And if for example, there's some regulation that gets changed because we find out it's being a little, maybe the Conservation Department says, we ask people to report with these triplicates. We don't need triplicates anymore. Let's change that regulation so they only need duplicates. Or maybe there's something in the other direction. But those are the kind of things, if they make a change and you're unhappy because it happened to your neighbor, bring it to town meeting and we can put that back into the bylaws. But I think this is very simple and very needed. And I really hope that we will support our Conservation Department, our Conservation Commission, and allow them to do their job. The bylaws are very extensive and very specific, and I think it's really important that we allow them to have regulations that they can modify as needed, as things change, like the amount of rainfall that Mr. Cohen just explained. Thank you.
Mr. DeBona.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jeff DeBona, Precinct 3. So I want to commend the Conservation Commission for their efforts in this. Obviously, they've pled their case. They came back. They clarified this a little bit more. So, I want to support that, but I think we need to be supporting it the way that the state has this. So I did some looking into it of what we have here. Most of this is to control single-family houses. So I wanted to make an amendment, and I actually emailed it to the town clerk so she could put it up on the screen instead of trying to type furiously as I'm talking. And so through the Stormwater Handbook, so I made an amendment. So coming down through, as far as the standing subcommittee goes, I added a portion of, as well as a favorable vote by the General Bylaw Review Committee and the Zoning Bylaw Review Committee, two standing committees we already have in town that are familiar with this process. And that getting those meetings together outside of town meeting is not an arduous process. I then went down to at 6.4, the applicability section, and I actually copied and pasted from the Massachusetts Stormwater Handbook. Except as expressly provided herein, stormwater runoff from all industrial, commercial, institutional, office, residential, and transportation projects, including site preparation, construction, and redevelopment, and all point source stormwater discharges from said projects shall be managed in accordance with the Massachusetts Stormwater Management Standards. This bylaw shall not apply to 1, a single-family house, 2, housing development and redevelopment projects comprised of detached single-family dwellings on 4 or fewer lots, provided that there are no stormwater discharges that may potentially affect a critical area. 3, multifamily housing development and redevelopment projects with 4 or fewer units, including condominiums, co-ops, apartment buildings, and townhouses, provided there are no stormwater discharges that may potentially affect a critical area. And 4, emergency repairs to roads or the drainage systems. This bylaw shall apply to the maximum extent practicable to the following. 1, housing development and redevelopment projects comprised of detached single-family dwellings on 4 or fewer lots that have a stormwater discharge that may potentially affect a critical area. 2, multifamily housing development and redevelopment projects with 4 or fewer units, including condominiums, co-ops, apartment buildings, and townhouses that have stormwater discharge that may potentially affect a critical area. Do I need to read the whole thing?
Keep going.
Okay. 3, housing development and redevelopment projects combined of detached single-family dwellings on 5 to 9 lots, provided there is no stormwater discharge that may potentially affect a critical area. 4, a multifamily housing development and redevelopment project with 4 or 9 fewer units, including condominiums, co-ops, apartment buildings, and townhouses, provided there is no stormwater discharge that may potentially affect a critical area. 5, marinas and boatyards, provided that the hull maintenance and all maintenance and painting service areas are protected from exposure to rain, snow melt, and stormwater runoff. And 6, footpaths, bike paths, and other paths for pedestrian and non-motorized vehicle access. Critical areas and outstanding resource waters as designated in 314 CMR 4. Special resource waters as designated in 314 CMR 4. Recharge areas for public water supplies is defined in 310 CMR 22.02. Zone 1, Zone 2, and interim wellhead protection areas for groundwater source as defined in 105 CMR 445. Cold water fisheries is defined in 310 CMR 10.4 and 310 CMR 902, and shellfish growing areas defined in 310 CMR 10.04 and 3.14 CMR 9.4. So I'll save the rest of the details. It's up on the screen. It's very wordy, but the other portion of it is, as far as 6.5.1 goes, no person, because this is outside of the bylaw. The thing that everyone was worried about was getting flooded from their neighbors, and that's what we want to protect against. Someone builds a house, and they just start running water towards your house. That's not what people want. So I still have the thresholds and types of permits. No person may construct a single-family house that drains onto an adjacent property or into a wetland or stream without an abbreviated or standard stormwater permit from the Burlington Conservation Commission. Segmenting projects of a larger common plan of development or sale to avoid thresholds shall not be permitted. For a proposed project not including a single-family house, and 6.53 for a proposed project not including a single-family house. And that is all that I have on amendment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Monaco, yes?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Frank Monaco, Precinct 4. I don't dare speak on this because my head's spinning, but we're gonna vote on an amendment now. And is this what are we amending here? A regulation are you supporting the proposal, but you want to amend a regulation, or what? What is this about, please?
Mr. DeBona.
It's a proposal to amend in the bylaw of what is regulated, so they will still be able to do what they're requesting to streamline their process, but it itemizes what needs a permit and what does not need a permit in accordance with Massachusetts stormwater standards.
Mr. Monaco.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Frank Monaco, I'm still in Precinct 4, and now I do want to speak on this. It strikes me that just out of respect for the Conservation Commission and the commissioners that have come before us, this kind of an amendment, I'm assuming you haven't heard this before now. You have or have not?
Mr. Moderator, may I answer his question?
Go ahead.
I have not heard of... Thank you. I have not heard of what Mr. DeBona is proposing.
That's all I need. So, look, this is nuts. I think, Jeff, if you want to bring something like this in as an amendment, start with the commission and work with them to amend what they're trying to get before us now, which is basically to create a division here of the bylaw from the regulations and make the standing committee. I know, to speak a little bit further, so I think this is just completely out of order, and you need to go back to the commission and work with them and bring it back as the as what they want to propose if they accept your amendment. I wouldn't vote on this at all now. Thank you.
Can I follow up on that?
Go ahead.
So all it is the Massachusetts stormwater standards. You're familiar with the Massachusetts stormwater standards, correct?
Is that a question to somebody?
Mr. Cohen, through the moderator to Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Cohen, go ahead.
The stormwater standards have been in existence since the beginning of this bylaw, and they are set up in a certain way, mostly to handle larger sites, and a lot of things that you mentioned are exempt. The fact is, the state law allows us to create a bylaw that is tailored to the nature of this town, and that is what we have done. So for larger projects that can, even their homeowner projects, they have administratively issued permits that essentially requires that the stormwater be controlled at minimum inconvenience to the homeowners.
Yeah, it says clearly in it, doesn't include single-family houses. That's just the way I feel, and that's just a copy and paste directly from the stormwater standards.
That's right, and we are allowed to be more strict, Mr. DeBona.
Yeah, I'm well aware.
In fact, we are, because of the nature of this town having half-acre lots mostly in the town.
Yep. Okay. That's the way I feel, and that's the way you feel.
All right, we have an amendment on the floor. Let's talk about the amendment. Mr. Kelly. Was there a second on that amendment? All right, there's a second.
Kelly, Precinct 7. Earlier this evening, before we convened, you, Town Council, and I had a discussion about an amendment that substantially changes the article as published in the warrant. If it substantially changes it, you have the discretion to rule it out of order. I think this substantially changes what came before it was advertised, and I ask you rule it out of order, please.
Mr. Moderator, my concern about the amendment is that I think that it may conflict with some of the things you haven't changed. In addition, it may conflict with the MS4 requirements that are set out in the bylaw and the regulations today. And I do believe it's broader than the four corners that exists, that has been published.
Well, thank you for that clarification. On the basis of the comments by Town Council, I'm going to rule this amendment out of order. So, we're back to discussing the article as presented. Mr. Monaco.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And I'm still in Precinct 4, Frank Monaco, and I appreciate your indulgence. I don't mean to hog the floor here. I think that basically what the commission is trying to do is to streamline the process and not fundamentally change what can be regulated by law and how the laws work. Mr. Eiler's objection, I believe, is that the standing committee doesn't really solve his concern, I don't believe, Mr. Cohen. I think the concern here is that the regulations can't be governed the same way that the bylaw can be through town meeting. So the governance of the regulations, the fear is, from town meeting's point of view, is diminished, and I'm not sure that's the case. I think Mr. Eiler is concerned, and he may be right, but I'm not sure that he is, and I don't understand why you, as a commission, think that town meeting isn't diminishing its ability by not governing the regulations the way we do the bylaw. That, I think, is the crux of the confusion. From what I can see, it actually works and streamlines things for you, and I think you're headed in the right direction, but Mr. Eiler's concern needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Moderator, may I?
Go ahead.
Thank you for that question, Mr. Monaco. What we are proposing is that, for example, Mr. Eiler said land disturbance and so forth is still in the regulations, as if that's one of the thresholds in the regulations. Actually, that's not true. Everything that makes this program work, everything that makes it apply to who it applies to, which type of permit, okay, is currently in the bylaw, and it remains in the bylaw. For our wetlands, for example, we have regulations, the exact same promises. The Board of Health has 10 regulations, the exact same process. They support their bylaw. Almost every Massachusetts town in the Commonwealth has done this. We are one of the few. If you look at any of the other towns, we don't have to do what other towns are doing, but every other town has set it up this way. I happen to know that the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection and EPA have 4 or 5 changes that they're already in the works. They have changes on requirements for low-impact development. We will have to probably modify our bylaw. They're working on requirements for total suspended solids and phosphorus removal, okay, for the wetlands regulations. We'll have to modify that regulation. They have, they're adding an 11th stormwater amendment, a stormwater standard. We will have to add that to, this is in addition to clarifications, omissions, correct errors, and things like that. They are coming up. We're going to have to incorporate a chloride management plan to control the amount of chloride that goes into our water, and we'll be required to make changes to that. All of these things are technical components that would go into regulations that we would be able to make the adjustments. Just like every other community, it would be really helpful to us if you allowed us to operate more efficiently than have to make every one of those changes come before you. Thank you.
Okay, further comments from Mr. Campbell?
Chris Campbell, Precinct 1. I think this is getting a lot closer than it was the last time around. I do like the idea that was brought up about the oversight from other subcommittees, either non-elected or maybe even considering elected. I think there can be compromise here, but I don't think we're there yet. So that way I'm going to motion to postpone.
All right, we have a motion to postpone on the floor. It's been seconded. Any comments on that? Mr. Pearson.
I think that the discussion here, both the proposal by Larry and the amendment that was offered, and now the idea that we ought to postpone it, all shows that a lot of the details of the stormwater regulations are much more complicated than what this body is qualified to make judgments on. And I believe that we do not, as a body, regulate what hours and how the shift should be done in the fire department. And we don't regulate how the trucks, what kind of shovels should be purchased on trucks that are digging up pipes. And we don't make those kinds of little detailed things. And I think that we need to make a distinction between broad principles that go into our bylaws that govern the way in which we go about doing things and the way in which our bodies work, and the details of procedures about that, I mean, most of us here don't know which is the right way of doing these things. And I think that it makes no sense for us to be in the business of making technical decisions about stormwater stuff with various people making claims that we have no way of evaluating.
Mr. Pearson, are you in favor or opposed to the motion to postpone?
I'm opposed to the motion because I don't think we should I don't think we should postpone this. I think we should go ahead and vote in favor of it.
Thank you. Any further discussion on postponing? In that case, all in favor of postponing? All opposed? The motion fails. Let's continue our discussion. Any further questions or comments on this article? Mr. Hannafin.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dan Hannafin, Precinct 2. I think for myself, and I hope many of you, the concern that I have about regulations in general is regulations have a way of compounding problems on top of themselves and continuing that process over time. The bylaw that is in question here has everything listed in it. It's been working for a while. It may create some inefficiencies at a government level, but I'm not sure that that's the worst thing in the world sometimes. Occasionally, some person's minor regulation change might be a major effect on other people. I think we talked about that the last time we were talking about this. Just as a general principle, I am not in favor of giving a small amount of people the ability to affect great change on the residents of our town in particular, and whether it's at a town level, a state level, or a federal level. I think regulatory authorities can sometimes be a problem, and that's why it's not about any people in particular here in town at all. It's just about the idea of regulatory authority creating problems, and I think we'll see that down the line if we give up too much authority. This is a larger group of people. They have to make those decisions on behalf of the residents of Burlington, of which we all are. So I think that's something I'm going to vote against this. I hope others do too.
Thank you, Mr. Hannafin. Further comments? Seeing none. Let's put this to a vote. All those in favor? Thank you. All those opposed? Close. We're going to need a count. All those in favor, please stand.
Green tape on the floor. Just start the green tape and go the opposite. See the photo tape? Sam, see the tape on the floor? With that row up.
16.
15.
5. 16. 8.
How many?
8.
And one online. 27. 3. I got 55. 45? 10, 20, 45. Okay, thank you. All those opposed, please stand. There being 45 in favor and 47 opposed, the motion fails. I don't have enough. Yes, we did. You really want... Okay, there's more than 7 of you. We will have a roll call. No. Unless you can do it easily. Whatever you... All right. Mimi Bix Island. Hey, let's quiet up. We got to get this done. Mimi Bix Island. Yes. Christopher Campbell. No. Paul Cody. Gone. Paul Cody was a what? Thank you. We're working on it. Nope. You'll see it in a minute. You'll be able to see who voted how. We'll try not to make errors. Nolan Glantz. Michelle Huntoon. Yes. Florence Leone. Yes. Bruce Morey. No. Shannon Robinson. Yes. Maureen Monaco Ryan. Adam Sinesi. David Wadilla. No. Precinct 2. Jorge Andrade. Catherine Beyer. No. Raymond Blankhorn. No. Kathleen Colucci. No. Kevin Colucci. Doug Davison. No. Rosemary Farrow. No. TJ Flynn. No. Daniel Hannafin. No. Patricia O'Brien. No. Michelle Papano. No. Cynthia Phillips. Yes. Myrna Saltman. Christine Scola. No. All right, Precinct 3. Sean Connors. No. Jeffrey DeBona. No. Joanne Frustacci. Mary Jean Lucas. Stephen Marchese. Mindy Meyer. Yes. Mindy, was that a yes? Thank you. Steve Moran. That was a no. Millie Nash.
Yes.
Paul Noonan. Monty Pearson. Brian Pupa. Dan Rasky. Roger Riggs. Martha Simon. Robert Young. All right, Precinct 4. Kate Asher. Nancy Bonacera. Karen Cooper. Mark Gerbrands. Christine Kim. William Lusano. Tamara Maniscalco. David Miller.
Yes.
Frank Monaco.
Yes.
Michael Prue.
No.
Wayne Root.
No.
Kevin Spielberger.
Yes.
Christine Warren.
Yes.
Chiffon Wong.
Yes.
Precinct 5. Pat Angelo.
No.
Craig Callahan.
No.
Thomas Carlson.
No.
Christine Consation. Mark Donahue.
Yes.
Carl Foss.
Yes.
William Gaffney.
Yes.
Christopher Murphy.
Yes.
Phyllis Neufeld. Bonnie Nichols. Alex Rutfield.
Yes.
David Tate.
No.
Frank Orsino.
No.
Z Wang.
Yes.
Richard Wing. Oh, never mind. Sarah Walensky. All right, Precinct 6. Robert Aloisi.
No.
Roger Bell.
Yes.
Jason Brooks.
No.
Anthony Clark.
Yes.
Ryan Clement. Ryan? No. John Cormier. Matthew DeNaro. Dan DiTucci.
Yes.
Elizabeth DiTucci.
No.
Daniel DiTucci Jr. Gone? Yes. Corey Everett.
Yes.
James Froxick.
No.
John Eiler.
No.
Gary Caskey.
No.
Blaze Lieber.
Yes.
Rose Manny. Ed Parsons. All right, last precinct, Precinct 7. Adrian Callahan.
No.
Julie Cullen.
Yes.
Betsy Hughes.
No.
Jack Kelly.
Yes.
Neil Espacio. Ryan McSheffrey. Jonathan Sachs. Anthony Salamone. Paul Schwartzman. Mark Schmuckler. David Van Camp. David Webb. Mark Woods. I got 37 and 42. We're not even close to each other. You got what? I don't agree. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. I'm sorry, I forgot one precinct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that gives me 43, 48. Close enough. There being 44 in favor and 48 opposed, the article fails. There's 2 articles left on the agenda here. So anyway, this article postponed. It's not debatable. It means we'll come back Wednesday. All those in favor of adjourning? All those opposed? The motion fails. Let's keep going. Article...
Mr. Moderator?
I'm hearing voices from the heavens. Mr. Cohen.
Whether you voted for or against this, I'd like to thank you all for considering this article. Thank you.
Okay, Article 11 has been moved and seconded by the Ways and Means, but it is different from what is printed in the warrant. And I will read the text. Well, there's the text up there. I think all of you can read. Mr. Denizio, would you like to speak on this one?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Hello? Oh. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This was actually put forward by Mr. Pearson as we spoke on the first night and before Patrick did the presentation on capital process and funding. We talked about having a friendly amendment that was agreed to ahead of time, and the administration and the select board are happy with the amendment that was put forward, and we talked about it on night one. So.
Okay. Mr. Pearson? Any comments?
Oh, thanks, sir. There's an old saying that time is nature's way of making sure that everything doesn't happen all at once. And the human equivalent of that is planning. And we have had a situation where large capital projects have happened all at once, and we've had to make some painful votes here. And a way in which we can try to avoid getting into that situation in the future is for us to have a more inclusive and more exhaustive capital planning project. You'll notice that there are 10-year plans in the back of every year's budget, but we never have any discussion of them. What this amendment does, which I have agreed to, that kind of supersedes what I put in, is that there would be a 5-year planning process where there would be a much more elaborate process of evaluation of different projects and what their overall impact will be together. So capital projects will not come to us as separate packages, but rather as how do they all fit together in the town budget over the future. And I think that the accumulation of that should be a report to town meeting about what the 5-year plan says. And when that 5-year plan comes before us, then we'll have a good idea of how all the projects fit together. And we all agree that that needs to be done, and this amendment will make that happen.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. So as I understand it, the administration and Mr. Pearson have agreed to this amended article that is in front of you. It was in front of you. Here we go. Now it's in front of you again. So this is something people have agreed to. Any comments or questions from the body on it? Ms. Hughes.
Betsy Hughes, Precinct 7. I just have a quick question, and that is, what is the role of the Capital Budget Committee in
That's out of law, yeah, that's out of order. It has nothing to do with this question. I'm sorry. This is an up or down. Do you want to have a 5-year capital plan presented per this amendment? Mr. Sinesi.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Adam Sinesi, Precinct 1. So I was on the Rules Committee and we reviewed this. How come this ended up being a 5-year capital plan as opposed to the 10-year capital plan? I know the 10-year capital plan is what standard operating procedure for us to receive in our warrant and back up for Baytown meeting? Why are we going off of a shorter window of time?
Mr. Lawler.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you for the question. The Association of Town Finance Committees, which is the group that supports the committees like Ways and Means Finance Committee, it's actually a best practice, and I think a municipal best practice, to focus on a 5-year plan based on the unreliability of costs that go out, which you've seen more and more of in the last several years after that 5-year mark. It's not that we're not paying attention to it. It's not that we're not going to be planning in a 10-year process, but a 5-year capital plan is a best practice for financial management at the municipal level.
Anything further? Mr. Davison, excuse me.
Ways and Means supported this 1301.
Thank you, Doug. Ms. Huntoon.
General Bylaw Review supported it 600.
Thank you. Anything else? All those in favor? Opposed? The motion carries. Which brings us to the final article on our warrant. It is for the resolution concerning violations at the ICE facility. Yes, Ms. Angelo. Please give her the microphone.
Pat Angelo, Precinct 5. How can a resolution be a warrant article? I've never seen that in all the years of 50 years on town meeting. I've never seen a resolution be a warrant article.
That's because we used to let resolutions come to us improperly. The only way a resolution can come to us is through a warrant article. Okay. Phyllis, take it away.
Okay, it did not show up correctly. Just one second. Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Jen Priest, for helping load this PowerPoint. I'm Phyllis Neufeld, Precinct 5 Town Meeting member. And I want to first tell you why I brought this resolution forward. Burlington's been in the national news for inhumane treatment at the ICE facility, and I don't want our town synonymous with inhumane behavior. So a little bit of the history first. The GSA first called for solicitations to find a building site in 2005. In 2006, the Planning Board approved minor engineering changes that were granted September 7th. In November of 2007, local residents learned of plans and objected to town officials. On December 6th, the occupancy certificate was issued for the office sections of the building, and on December 19th, there was a special town meeting held. And at that meeting, town meeting voted to put $10,000 towards finding out if they could fight the fact that ICE had moved in. In January of 2008, another article came before town meeting that asked for $100,000 to continue that fight, and that was rejected by town meeting. In 2025, Burlington Selectmen made a formal request to inspect the ICE facility. That was June 12th, 2025. You can read it, it's up on the screen. And on July 24th, nearly a month later, the access was denied. They said operational security considerations prevent local inspection of federal detention spaces. A petition was then filed with the Massachusetts District Court to seek an administrative order to allow an inspection that was supported by affidavits from Congressman Seth Moulton and from the teen Marcello, who was there for those 7 nights, I believe it was. And after review, the court ultimately denied this petition, and my understanding is there is no path to appeal this type of administrative order, which brings us to where we are right now. So what did we learn from officials during 2006 and 2007? We had a letter from Fran Hart, who was chief of police at the time, that was sent to every resident of Burlington, November 2nd, 2007, that said the most important fact to state is that no detainees will be lodged overnight. The building will serve mainly as a processing center comprised mostly of office space. These holding cells are designed to house detainees for a very short time, 1 to 2 hours, while they await transportation to other facilities. Now, we also had the same comments that came from ICE itself in a letter from Bruce Chadbourne, who was the field office director of Department of Homeland Security. And the question that this was a letter to Representative Tierney, and he had a number of questions, and one was, will ICE commit to no further expansion of the holding areas planned at the Burlington facility without prior notice to and approval from the town of Burlington? And the answer was, ICE and GSA will comply with any and all zoning ordinances as required by the town. He further said there are no beds in the holding areas, they're temporary use only, no aliens will be held overnight in the facility, those are the words he used. ICE and GSA will comply with any and all zoning ordinances. And you can find that in the Burlington Planning Board records from 2007. So, zoning bylaws that are being broken. One is in 2007, it was 2.4.5. Now it's 2.21, use of structure accessory in the 2025 zoning bylaws. And it says, it's the exact same language. Accessory use is a use customarily incidental and subordinate to the principal use of the land or building, which doesn't change the character of such principal use. And we know that the building inspector at the time allowed the permit to go forward because it was being used as a temporary center where they would only be for 1 or 2 hours. And he considered that to be incidental and allowed the permit to be issued. So why a resolution now? Through multiple credible sources, we have found out from lawyers who have been in the building, from Representative Moulton and Jake Auchincloss who toured the building, and from the detainees who were released, we've learned that crowding is over-prevalent, 30 to 40 men in a cell, 19 women in a small cell. There are 8 cells now, not 3. Unsanitary conditions are widespread. They have no showers, no soap, few menstrual products. It was reported they had 19 women with 3 menstrual pads they had to cut in half in order to send them around. Food insufficiencies prevail, direct light deprivation is there, and poor temperatures, and that's only a few. On the congressional site visit, when the two of the Auchincloss and Moulton went through, they found detainees were being observed, held overnight, despite prior agreements, that facilities lacked the adequate bedding or privacy for prolonged stays, and, quote, this contradicts the assurances made to the town of Burlington in 2007. Conditions here are not acceptable for any length of stay beyond a few hours. And that was from the Congressional Briefing Note, the House Committee on Homeland Security. Massachusetts lawmakers, including Senators Elizabeth Warren and Ed Markey, and the state's U.S. House delegation sent a letter on June 25, 2025 to ICE, stating they were alarmed by reports of inhumane conditions, citing the lack of beds, showers, clean water, adequate food, etc. It was from the Middlesex Legal Aid Society in May that we learned, quote, client reports that while detained at the Burlington ICE facility for 19 days, he was forced to sleep on a concrete floor with only a Mylar sheet. Medical attention was delayed despite reports of chest pain. Temperature in the holding room was recorded at 58 degrees on multiple occasions. That's from the Middlesex legal aid case file. This is from Yuri Melissa Aguariano Romero, who is a Honduran asylum seeker. She was recently released on bond after 71 days of being detained. And this was reported in the New Bedford Light on August 26th. She said, Burlington was a nightmare. There's no windows, no beds, no way to tell day from night. Whenever detainees asked guards what time it was, they refused to tell us. Personal hygiene was difficult to maintain. Sanitary pads for menstruation were scarce. The lack of basic necessities, even hand soap, combined with the constant cold, eroded her strength. Days without washing ourselves, she said. I suffer from migraines, and I begged for medicine. Not once did they give me a pill. And she also said that they got 3 meals a day, but in a sworn affidavit provided to the U.S. District Court of Massachusetts, she said that at times that meal were crackers. Okay, it doesn't want to proceed. I got it. Thanks. Zoning bylaws. Here's another zoning bylaw that's being broken. Article 1, purpose. The purpose of these bylaws are to promote the health, safety, convenience, morals, and welfare of the inhabitants of the town of Burlington, to make sure that there's adequate light and air. Definition of inhabitants from the Oxford Language Dictionary is a person or animal that lives or occupies a place. The detainees certainly do that. And in the definition of occupies, it's to take or fill up space. This bylaw is being broken. So what can we do? ICE and GSA in writing have agreed to comply with any and all zoning ordinances as required by the town. So we demand immediate town, federal, and state inspection of the facility. We demand an end to overnight detention. And we demand full compliance with the 2007 zoning limits, the ICE statement of how the property was going to be used, and the humane treatment of all individuals held at the facility. Last Saturday, I met a gentleman who had just been released from ICE. He lives in Connecticut, had no idea where he was. They took his license, his phone, his credit card, his cash, and his legal documents. And when he was released on bond, they gave nothing back. Burlington, no one in Burlington should be subjected to unsafe, degrading conditions. And Burlington should not be complicit in unlawful or inhumane detention. Please help us go on record to demand changes. And I'm going to turn the mic over to Mike Espejo for the second part of this presentation.
Mr. Espejo.
Thank you, Phyllis. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, town meeting. My name is Mike Espejo, and I'm the chair of the select board, and I'll try and keep my remarks as brief as possible at this late hour. Phyllis asked me to speak on the article, and these thoughts are my own. They do not represent the entire select board or town administration. Town council, administration, and my fellow board members have been working diligently on this situation. Personally, I've spoken to everyone from Seth Moulton's office to the 2 people who sit outside by themselves at 1000 District Avenue every Friday. And one of them is here tonight, John Pappas. He's in the back. Thank you for joining us, John. And what feels like I've spoken to everyone else in between. I've been inundated with a myriad of messages from residents and non-residents alike. These have come in the forms of emails, messages on social media, calls, and text messages. The vast majority of these messages have been in opposition to what is happening there. I have never had this much feedback on any issue that I've worked on in the 8 years that I've been serving on town government. We, as a town, Phyllis touched on this, have been trying to inspect the facility since we heard what happened to Milford High School student Marcelo Gomez de la Silva. His story and accounts have been highly publicized. I'm sure you've all seen them. First, we sent a letter requesting entry for inspection and was denied by ICE. Next, we filed a request for an administrative search warrant in Massachusetts District Court, citing the first-hand affidavits from Congressman Moulton and Marcelo de la Silva. The court denied that request without any option for appeal, and it was done in the judge's chambers, and the judge said the reason she's denying it is because our affidavits from June of this year were too old. So right now, we're at a crossroads. While some believe this resolution is only symbolic in nature, I believe it's not. It sends a strong message. Your yes vote tonight sends a message that we, as a town, are not happy with what's going on down there, and that we should continue trying to ensure that our town zoning and bylaws are being followed. On the other hand, a no vote tonight says we're okay with what's happening down there, and that we should not be focusing our attention on such things, and that this is a federal issue and something that we shouldn't be working on here down on the local level. However, I don't agree, in light of what Phyllis mentioned a couple times, is what the Department of Homeland Security promised us in 2007 in a meeting just like this, to comply with any and all zoning ordinances as required by the town. I believe you should vote in favor of this article, and I also believe that perception is reality. Right now, the perception out there is we're okay with this. And I'd like to share a graphic that a friend sent to me, mostly just to bust my chops, but I think it shows the perception of what Burlington is outside of our town limits. Jen. Is that me? This wasn't part of my remarks. This is... Nothing else is open.
At the end?
Yeah, I need the graphic.
All right, I'll put it up.
Can I shut this off? Okay, so we don't have the graphic? I think it speaks for itself. When I saw it, my stomach dropped and it angered me. These days, we are so divided and so partisan and so quick to line up on party lines. In my heart and soul, I do not believe this is a partisan issue, nor is it an issue about how people feel about immigration or what we as a nation should be doing about it. I believe those issues are beyond the scope of town government and what we do here. What I do believe that this is a human issue. A yes vote tonight would send a strong and distinct messages to our residents, our businesses, our Commonwealth, our country, and the world that Burlington does not tolerate cruel and inhumane treatment of anybody that enters our town. And we should treat our friends, neighbors, and visitors the exact same way, with dignity and respect. I urge you to vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spale. So we'll open it up for comments from the floor. Mr. Sachs?
John Sachs, Precinct 7. Going to make this quick, it's late, but we should first recognize that no prisoner in the United States, even convicted of murder, can be treated the way these people are being treated. You cannot be held without access to a lawyer in any prison in America, no matter what you've done. Number two, the Supreme Court ruled that ICE can pick up anybody at any time if they think they should, based on the color of your skin, your accent, or anything else about you. Maybe you've been protesting against ICE, and therefore they'll pick you up. And when they pick you up, they are not subject to the normal laws. They do not have to give you due process. They can hold you in there as long as they want, with no access to lawyer, not call your family. They won't know where we are. They can do this. Right now, they're tending to do this to people that have darker colored skin, but it's not restricted to those people. Thirdly, we were told that these people are gang members and they present an immediate threat to us. Anybody who has joined the clergy who are running the Wednesday protests, area clergy from many churches around, realize these people that are being held there, maybe there may be gang members, but most of them are working people, gardeners, housemaids, that kind of person. They've been applying for asylum, they've been obeying the rules, but you can be dragged off the street at any time by ICE with as much violence as they want, and there's nothing that anybody can ever do about it. You cannot go to the police, you cannot go to the state police, and believe me, you cannot go to the FBI. This is so deeply un-American that I urge people to say this is not okay with the people of this town.
Ms. Bonacera.
Hi, Nancy Bonacera, Precinct 4. Thank you, Phyllis, and thank you, Mike, for the presentation. I am hoping for a unanimous yes vote from this body tonight. This is not a political issue. It doesn't matter what you think these people have done or haven't done. It's about being humane, treating people with humanity and respect. So I urge you all to vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Lieber. And then we'll get to Mr. Sinesi.
Blaise Lieber, Precinct 6. Thanks, Mr. Moderator. I guess I'm just curious, one, is there anyone from Department of Homeland Security or ICE here to respond to any of this allegations?
No.
Okay, and so, I mean, what does it tell you? It tells you that they don't really care about us, you know? The people that supposedly they're here, you know, to protect, and the community that they're supposedly here to serve, they knowingly are breaking promises and breaking our rules, and they have no need to come explain themselves or their actions to us. So, I mean, I take that as a pretty big slap in the face, you know, no matter what your politics are. I'm not a big fan of the government, you know, swooping down and just basically telling towns that they don't matter and they'll just do whatever the hell they want. I don't think that's right, so I'm in favor of this.
Mr. Sinesi.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Adam Sinesi, Precinct 1. Move the question.
The question has been moved and seconded to move the question. All right. All those in favor of moving the question? All those opposed? It's clear 2/3. That motion passes, which brings us to a vote on the article. All those in favor? Thank you. All those opposed?
I'm going to go back to my seat.
There were 5 people voted against it. You want a roll call?
Yes.
All right, roll call. Let's go through this again. I believe I had 2 sheets, didn't I? Yes, I do. All right. We have a roll call called for. 7 people stood up and asked for it. Yes? Don't do that. We'll have to come back on Wednesday if you challenge the quorum. Then, if you challenge the quorum, we shut down and go home. That means there is no vote on this article, and it's no good. There's a roll call on the floor. So, if you get rid of the roll call, then we can go home, and the motion passes. If you insist on a roll call,
Nobody seconded, so I withdraw.
so we still want a roll call? If we have a roll call and there's not a quorum here, someone can question the vote. So, is there with the 7 who stood up say that they don't want a roll call anymore? Is on the floor. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you.